Good morning, everyone. I want to thank my especially professional realtors for your patience today. I am Councilman Eugene Green. I appreciate the fact that you all are here this morning and that I have an opportunity to present and recognize you for your service in the industry that you served in for so long. I'm going to ask a couple of people to come to the table for a second. Paula Pete. Send a couple of people to the table. We have 10 minutes, but Mr. Chuck Tony is going to grant us an additional 5 minutes.
We got 10 minutes?
No, yeah. That's enough.
No, we don't. You got 6 chairs, okay, that's it.
And for everyone who's here, when I call the proclamations and I make them available to you, we're going to go outside and take a picture. Good to see you.
Grab a chair.
Good to see you, Brother Greeno.
Over here. That chair right there. That's it.
National Homeownership Month.
Yes.
It says it all. We actually have a higher rate of homeownership here than in many other cities, but it doesn't get emphasized enough
Exactly.
because we want to focus and go on the first thing that we see at the top of every headline. Oh, we have a poverty rate. Yeah, we have a poverty rate, but at the end of the day, we also have people who bought their houses, who have invested, who are focused on moving themselves and their families forward. There's a tremendous wealth gap in our city that we don't need to talk about as much, but a lot of it has to do with home ownership. The wealth gap amongst those who own homes versus those who don't own homes, for example, when you compare them, the real wealth gap is in home ownership and in property ownership. For example, I don't like to talk about race as much, but for example, it's $171,000 the net worth of most of the white households in our city. When you compare that to those who don't have houses, it's like 11% in the African American community. But when you get up to home ownership, that difference is stark. I'm not using the right words. I'm going to use the words that I need to use. When you own a home or you own property, then you narrow that wealth gap. And I appreciate the work that you're doing. I have statistics on it. I came in late. I don't have them in front of me. But tell us who's at the table, Paula.
Okay, Deborah.
Deborah Davenport, Desire Community Housing Corporation.
Good to see you.
Rodney Greenup and Associates Realty.
Good to see you.
Carol Johnson, Johnson Mortgage Services.
Frank Williams with the Parkway team at EXP.
Mindy DeNicola with Hancock Whitney Bank.
Yes, Crystal Jones Taylor, former interim director of the United States Department of Housing and Urban Development New Orleans office, and currently the president and CEO of the National Center for Public and Private Alternatives.
Good to see you. Good to see you. Paula, tell us why we're here today on this 11th anniversary.
We're here because we're celebrating that our city is 6th in the nation with the highest rate of Black home ownership. The national home ownership rate is currently 45%, and our city is 49%. I think we should give ourselves a hand for the hard work we've done. It's critically important that we all talk about this because nobody else is talking about it, and we have to create our own stories behind it. We hear a lot of bad things. We hear a lot of arguing at the council chambers, and we wanted to bring some good news to our city.
Right. And it's important to recognize that it's being taped today, and so we're going to be able to share the positive news because, yes, you're right, people come to the council, and the first thing many times they want to focus on is the negative. They don't ever talk about the work that you do, the work that we do, the home ownership. So, Paula, introduce us to who, I'm sorry, that's why you're here, and I'm going to ask if each of them has, just take a minute and comment.
Good morning, and thank you for having us again. We thank Paula Pete for this awesome work that she's done to bring all of the pieces together and to recognize us. However, as a housing counselor, the housing counselor is the foundation. That's where everything starts, before they can get to the lender, before they can even purchase a home. So we build the foundation by, if it needs to be repairing credit, if it needs to be making sure that they have resources to close, getting them connected to all of the available resources within the city of New Orleans and to make sure that when they get to the lender, they are ready to purchase, there are no hiccups, and they can move smoothly through the process. So I'm grateful that we have all of our housing counselors here that, can I get them to stand up?
Yes.
Okay. Housing counselors, stand up. All right, some of them are still coming. This is the foundation to home ownership. You know, every house is built on the foundation. You can't build until you build the foundation. Thank you.
Good morning, Brother Green.
Hello.
I'm Rodney Greenup, and I don't have housing counselors to introduce, but I do have my son and my daughter-in-law like to introduce Rodney and Eva Greenup over there.
Great to
They
see him
came
in
out for me to help
Great to see
help
him
us
in the
out.
industry.
Yeah.
Good.
You know, real estate has always been a pet peeve of mine. I started back in 1972, before, according to this list, before anybody on here. So, and it's always, you know, it's been good to me. It's been tough, but it's also been easy to a degree because everybody's always wanted to own a home, but they just didn't know how to. So that was our job, to help them to move into home ownership, and I'm thankful that we've had all the support from the community, from the city council, and thank you, Paula, for bringing us here.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Greeno.
I'm Carol George Johnson. I have been in the mortgage business for over 40 years, 45, 46 years. There were three of us that started. Myself, David Gillian, and my husband, Aaron Johnson. We saw the disparities in the communities. We were the first minorities that started a mortgage banking division with United Federal Savings and Loan, and eventually we ventured out. I started my own business, Johnson Mortgage Services, in 1990. By 1993, we were one of the top 5 lenders in the country for providing homeownership opportunities for a first-time African-American female head of household. That was an award that I'm so proud of because that was the things that we knew we had to do. We needed to reach back and bring more minorities and train them in this industry, and that's what we did. So today I sit here because I specialize in affordable housing because we know that affordable housing or owning your own home presents wealth and legacies where our families can pass down that wealth to their children. So that's why I'm here, and I will stay here and probably until the day I die.
Okay, appreciate your work. Appreciate your work. You use an important phrase, passed down. I want to tell you, there's so many families that unfortunately, when someone passes away, don't have that asset to pass down. Right. And if we can change that, we can change the trajectory of this city in terms of economic wealth building. So, Mr. Frank Williams.
Well, I got in right behind Rodney.
You're
So probably
73?
the second longest person in real estate. And one of the things that still touches my heart, and I can't give enough credit to the housing counselors, is that still so many people still today out there that don't understand this process. And by them not knowing the process, they can't take advantage of what they don't know about. Mm-hmm. So I still think we have more to do to let more people understand that this process, frankly, start with the housing counselors because they don't understand financial fitness and so many other things about this process, which they go try to get a mortgage and they can't, so they get discouraged in that process there, just turn them off and they won't try anymore. So again, I still think that we have the education process to do, and I understand the housing counselors are doing as much as they can, but I think it's on all of us to let our people know. You have to be trained for this process. It's not something that you can just think about tomorrow and walk into and get done.
Right.
And I think the more we can emphasize on that, the more people we will have in home ownership and stop renting. I mean, so many people paying as much rent as they would pay for a house note. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the things that I really focus on. I try to do my best with my little 2 cents to get as many people to understand that.
Right, and I know over your 50 years in the industry, you've seen a lot of people who own houses and now they're paid for. And so they have an asset to borrow against for business creation, for education, for their family members, and for their own needs. So it's a very valuable industry that we are in together.
But one other thing I would like to say before you move on, I'd like to see people trained how to keep them because people struggle to buy them, and when they pass away, the children still lose them.
True, true.
Hi, my name is Mindy Denicola with Hancock Whitney Bank, and I would just like to say that I truly have a passion and a commitment to serve the first-time home buyers to achieve their goal of home ownership. It really takes a special person to help coach our clients along their journey, because it is a journey for them, and sometimes it could be very overwhelming for them. And they really need a special person that can be patient and kind and listen to their needs to help them along their way. I'm happy to be a part of their journey. Hancock Whitney, for many years, we have been a participating lender in partnership with a lot of housing financing agencies that help actually bridge the gap for the financing to help our clients achieve that goal of home ownership. I have been with Hancock Whitney for 39 years in the mortgage division, and it really, truly brings me joy when I see them achieve this goal of home ownership. And I want to thank you, Paula, for today, and our lenders and our housing finance agencies. If you all are in the room, do you all mind standing up, please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, good morning, and I would like to thank you, Councilman Green. We go way back, even in our church eras. And I would like to thank Paula. Paula is in our journey at the hips. I'm Crystal Jones Taylor, as I said earlier. As a former public housing resident, I have a lot of formals, former public housing resident and citywide board president of the public housing residents of 55,000 when I actually oversaw that. One of the things that I did is challenge the Housing Authority of New Orleans. I asked the question in a leadership position, I used that platform. If you're paying mortgage notes for a landlord utilizing the Section 8 voucher program, why can't you pay for a mortgage note for the residents? That really sparked the conversation, and today I can say the Housing Authority of New Orleans have set the tone. They are a national model, statewide model. Over 600 plus families have actually benefited from that ask. Currently, I am retired from HUD, and when I was there, I used HUD as a platform in every kind of way mentioned to increase the home ownership opportunities, work collaboratively with Paula, pull together all the regulators of the banks, financial institutions, Louisiana Housing Corporation, all of as many housing counseling agencies to work collaboratively, even with USDA. How can we work in unison to demystify the process to increase affordable housing for home ownership opportunities to eradicate poverty and build wealth? And that think tank today is still housed at the Louisiana Housing Corporation. I really would like to say that we have worked collaboratively with all entities to do that. We did research. Paula, everybody who knows Paula, she's going to research to look at what are the most feasible and strong, resilient houses that we can build now in our climate here. We've held climate resilient conferences with collaborators from all over the country. I can say that not just my leadership there at HUD, using it as a platform, but highlighting the need for additional housing and training and more resources to the housing counseling agencies, because as they said, they are actually the foundation of helping demystify the process. Even during disasters, when I did disaster work, I actually incorporated home ownership. In my tenure at HUD, I actually host over 50 collaboratively, because I'm a collaborator, 50 home ownership housing fairs, and also to really look at pulling all the partners together individually and collectively. And today, the think tank have thrived under the Louisiana Housing Corporation, along with all of the partners.
Thank you.
So I want to thank you.
Thank you for your work over the years. To everyone who's present, the city voters created the Housing Trust Fund. with a significant majority of voters saying that they wanted to see it. It's in its infancy stages. I want you all to keep up with it because I'm the one who really, we all are, but I'm a real promoter of the home ownership side of it. It doesn't need to be a fund for just renters. It doesn't need to be a fund for just anything, but home ownership opportunities can be made available through that housing trust fund. So I look forward to working with you all. Most important thing is track it under Housing Trust Fund because there's a committee that, is going to look at it. All of the decisions are finalized only by the council, but recommendations are going to be made, and you all should be part of the recommendations. It may include closing cost assistance programs. It may include down payment assistance. It may include having resources available to facilitate people being able to do the repairs that are needed to get certain things done. But just remember that we're looking for aggressive involvement with your business, with your community.
Eugene, I just want to say we've accomplished our mission without funding. The housing counseling agencies were never funded. We were trying to get funding for that, and that is the first step to becoming a homeowner.
Yes.
We've also, we don't have enough housing stock. We need to get a 3D print machine and start printing houses.
Yeah, right.
And no one will be homeless or, without shelter in New Orleans.
Right.
And we never advertise. We've never had a poster or anything to market what we do so people will come to us. So those things we need to ask. That's our ask, the 3D print machine. And then we get some marketing and advertising that the counseling agencies get some funding.
Yeah, okay. Well, we have funding for that, but
well.
gotta apply though, but that's a whole other issue. I want to welcome everyone here for the 11th year celebrating National Homeownership Month. I want everybody's name to be mentioned, so I'm going to mention names. You don't have to come and get this certificate now, but then we're going to go outside and take a picture. I keep looking around because I'm trying to be courteous to the council member who is following me, but it looks like I'm fine. All right. This certificate is going to be, there's a council member who's following right now. We're running a little bit over time, Councilmember Moreno, but it's going to be just a second. Thank you for your contributions and success in enhancing the quality of life for the residents of our great city of New Orleans, and congratulations on a certain number of years. For example, we'll recognize you. Paula Pete, 42 years as a housing specialist. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
42. Deborah Davenport, Director of Programs, HUD Certified Housing Counselor, Desire Community Housing Corporation, 29 years. Tish Allen, I'll just say the number of years. Tish Allen, 28 years, President of Community Lending, Hancock Whitney. Dietro Carey, Community Lending Specialist, Hancock Whitney, 27 years. Dr. Danette O'Neill Realty, congratulations on 34 years as a housing specialist. Crystal Jones, congratulations on 30 years as a housing specialist. Wardell Bourgeois, President and CEO, Bourgeois and Associates, 30 years as a housing specialist. Randy D. Greenup Sr., 53 years as a housing specialist. You don't even look that old. Good job. Carol Johnson, President and CEO, Johnson Mortgages, 45 years. T. Denise Washington, 21 years. Margiana Willman, Executive Director, Housing Authority of New Orleans, 20 years, housing specialist. Pamela Landers, Homelanders Realty, 21 years, housing specialist. Julie Burrell, Remax Affinity Broker, 24 years as a housing specialist. Prax Malasson, Community Development Lending Manager, Liberty Bank and Trust, 27 years as a housing manager. Brenda Bro, Executive Director, New Orleans Redevelopment Authority, 23 years, housing specialist. Frank Williams, Brenda Bro's here?
She's in the house.
Frank Williams, 51 years as a housing specialist. 51 years. Mary Adams, 41 years as a housing specialist. Carol Griffin, Hano Home Ownership Program, 33 years as a housing specialist. Tanya Bernard, Director of Housing, City of New Orleans, 27 years, housing specialist. Curly Tyler, NHS, 35 years, housing specialist. Tyra Johnson Brown, 27 years, housing specialist, housing policy and community development. Mindy Dinacola Tassin, 39 years as a housing specialist, Hancock Whitney. Fred Johnson, CEO, Neighborhood Development Foundation, 41 years, housing specialist. David J. Gilead, NOLA Lending Group, 47 years as a housing specialist. Nicole Barnes, Jericho Road Episcopal Housing, 30 years as a housing specialist. So what a gathering we have today of specialists in the housing industry who have done so much to enhance the quality of life in our city by helping people to certainly just be in more favorable situations in terms of their housing, but also in terms of building wealth. So I want to thank you all for the work that you've done. We do have a council member to follow me, so we're going to go outside and take a nice picture in the courtyard, and Mr. Pierce Huff is going to give you the proclamations. And Paula, if there's anyone who says that we've missed someone, we went based on your list, just let us know through Pierce, and we will get it.
Eugene, I just want to say all that collectively came out to 832 years of expertise.
832 years of housing.
Councilman Green, I'd like to state that we could not have done this, where we are one of the top 6 in the country for home ownership, without the City of New Orleans, because the City of New Orleans has provided down payment assistance programs for a very long time, and other cities and states around the country do not provide that. So the city has really stepped up to provide these home ownership opportunities for our residents.
Well, that sounds like a commercial. I'm telling you what. People need to know that the city is involved in many capacities. I think that it would be appropriate. You want to see? Celebrating National Home Ownership.
Yes, and thank you, Councilmember Green, for really honoring these legends in housing. We really appreciate you taking the time to do this. And right now, your work is so critically important. We're hearing constantly that, people are barely hanging on, able to live in the city of New Orleans. If you take a look at the population loss that we've had over the past 5 years, we've lost around 20,000 people in population, and we're the 5th fastest shrinking area in the country right now. One of the reasons for that is affordability in housing. And so thank you all so much for the critical work that you are doing, because we all have to walk together on ensuring that we have an affordable place to live here in the city of New Orleans so that our people can continue to live here. Thank you.
Thank you.
And we just want to add, Councilman, we're emphasizing home ownership, but we also would like the council members to know that we also need funding for stability because of the hike in insurances. Those same homeowners that we prepare for the wealth are at risk because we get calls every day with people on the brink of losing their homes. And I'm quite sure if you look at all of the people through sheriff's sales are losing their homes. So we need a holistic approach to this home ownership piece, not just to get them in home ownership, but to the stability for that heir and that legacy to continue on.
I appreciate you saying so. And we recognize that obviously the city has limitations, even though people talk about, we have a $1.5 billion budget, much of it is committed, but based on areas in which we work. But we all need to work together. But we all need to put a little bit more pressure on our state of Louisiana. It has a $51 billion budget, and they regulate the insurance industry.
Yes, with your help.
Yes.
And I would just want to add this because you make a really great point about the affordability of being able to stay in your home and insurance prices. We need to see a greater investment in the fortified roof program. And honestly, if we started to do major clusters in certain neighborhoods with fortified roofs, that would bring the cost of insurance down in a complete neighborhood. And so those are the types of out-of-the-box ideas that we really need to be pushing on, not only for the state to do a level of investment, but for the city as well.
And I want to applaud Hancock Whitney because they are working with the Federal Home Loan Bank with that fortified roof program.
Awesome. Thank y'all.
Okay. The official communications point person would like to take a picture of you all here, and then we're going to go out for the entire group outside, but he wants to take a picture of the presenters up front.
All right, members, we have an additional proc this morning for Tony Brown. Mr. Brown, are you here? Yes, come on down, sir. Just doing a proc. You're good. Have a seat, Mr. Brown. Well, good morning.
Hey, how you doing?
Doing well. How about yourself?
I'm sorry.
I said, how about yourself?
Better partly cloudy.
All right. All right. Well, we want to thank you for being here today. I will say that I don't miss my colleague, Councilmember King, because in his comments, he would have noted he wasn't even born when you were a DJ, probably, and that's just how he likes to roll, make us all feel old. But I have a proclamation here for you. I'll read part of it, but I wanted to see if you had any words about your illustrious career.
Well, there's a few people I'd like to thank and pay homage to.
Absolutely.
The people that I worked with back in those days, Kim Boutte, oh my goodness. Well, I thought about him for a while. Now I can't think of
That's always
anybody's
the way it
name.
happens. That's always the way. It's hard when you're on the spot.
Oh, gee whiz, man. Brute Bailey. Man, I can't remember the names now. But back in those days when we were on Tulane Avenue, you probably don't even remember that, huh?
I remember, in 81 when you started, I was 6, but by the time you got to 97, I was old enough to remember. So I will confess to not remembering at 6 years old, but as I got older, I knew.
Oh, okay. Well, we were on Tulane Avenue at the time. Tom and Jim Hutchison were the owners of the station at the time. Tom Lewis, that was.
Right.
And Jim Hutchison. And wow, man, it seems like 100,000 years ago. But, and we became the #1 station in the city.
I was about ready to say, weren't you the #1 station?
Yes, we were.
Yeah.
Yes, we were. But we weren't when I got there, but after I got there, we became #1.
That's impressive.
Yes, well.
Well, I want to read part of this so everybody knows and can understand your history. Whereas Anthony Tony Brown, a vital New Orleans voice and visionary, works for WYLD FM 98 as program director and on-air personality beginning in 1981. And whereas your tenure at the station ran from 81 through 97, playing a pivotal role in the growth of urban radio during a transformative era. Whereas during Mr. Brown's time at the station, he played R&B, soul, funk, reggae, and introduced listeners to emerging hip-hop. Through his work, he became a cultural architect, curating the soundscape of a generation, amplifying underrepresented local voices in music, and bringing Black excellence to the forefront of the airwaves. And whereas his leadership helped establish FM 98 YLD as a trusted source of entertainment and empowerment by mobilizing the community around voter registration, local business support, and public health initiatives, provide essential information to comfort to listeners during times of crisis. And whereas the council recognizes that his work left an indelible mark on both the cultural fabric and the civic spirit of the great city, and the New Orleans Council, at my request, does hereby recognize Anthony Tony Brown for his enormous transformative contributions to urban radio and the city of New Orleans as a whole. Congratulations, Mr. Brown.
Oh, you're gonna make me cry.
Wow.
Thank you.
You got a big fan section out there.
That's
so-
family.
Yeah, well, good. Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we come down and take a photo with you, and then we'll get your family into the photo as well, and we'll go
Fantastic.
from there. Thank you, sir. Thank you for being here.
All right, thank you.
Thank you for your contributions.
Well, thank you.
All right, everyone. Today I want to go ahead and welcome our great registrar who is here with us, Miss Lisa Marie Manning Bridges, because we got a little surprise. We got a little surprise today, and that is the recognition of a great employee who's been serving there for 33 years. I'm talking about Andrea Stute. I don't know if you knew that today was going to be for you. I didn't think so, because when we went to try to say hello to the registrar, she waved us away like, hey, it's a surprise. So anyway, I'm so glad to have you here, and I want to really thank you. The entire council thanks you for your 33 years of service. And I believe your last day is actually going to be on Friday. Is that correct?
Oh, yes.
Tomorrow's your last day. So we're here to honor you and congratulate you for a really wonderful career. We thank you so much for all that you've done. Madam Registrar, I can turn it over to you, and then we'll have you speak.
Well, of course, you all know I'm new to the life of Miss Andrea. However, during my time here, Miss Andrea has been a wealth of information. She knows all things registration and absentee voting, and her babies are voting, the inmates and the nursing homes. Those are her babies. So I don't know how she's turning it over to us to get this done, and she's trusting us to do this, but we're gonna get it done for you. She is such a great inspiration, such a very, very nice person, hardworking, dedicated, and I just couldn't ask for a better person and a staff member, and we're gonna miss her. Great.
I bet. Ms. Andrea, would you like to say anything?
Well, thank you. First and foremost, thank you. It really has been an honor. You know, the people that we've worked with, like, at the Registrar of Voters, and even when we've worked with, like, the Board of Supervisors, it has been a real treat. And this new lady is going to do just fine.
Awesome. We're excited. Would any council members like to say anything? Councilmember Morrell?
I just want to thank you so much for all the service you've done over 33 years. I mean, just the sheer amount of historic elections that you've seen and participated in, that is amazing. And I'm just so happy to be part of the celebration of the work you've done.
We wish you all the best, and we have a proclamation signed by all 7 council members, and we'll bring that to you in the front, and we'll take a picture, okay? All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. We're gonna, I think it's all our pre-meeting procs. Yep, hurry up.
Yeah, real quick, I just wanted to welcome to the chamber. We have Garifuna children who are here and who are working to get exposed to civics and civic leadership and government, and we just want to welcome you all here to the New Orleans City Council. Great to see you all. I know that you got some donuts earlier, I think upstairs, right? Did you get your donuts? Okay, just making sure. Good. Thank you for being here, and I'll be over to talk to y'all in just a sec, too.
All right, first up, we have
French Quarter.
All right, first up, we have the French Quarter Economic Development District meeting.
Yeah.
I believe this is to consider a resolution by District Member King, adding myself, to give notice pursuant to LARS 4219.1 of FQEDD's intent to adopt the resolution authorizing the calling of election for November 15th, 2025, which voters of the French Quarter EDD will ask to authorize a 5-year renewal of the .245 sales tax from the boundaries of the French Quarter EDD expiring June 30th, 2026. We're here today because state law requires we give public notice before we even vote to call a tax election. Today's resolution meets the legal requirements, nothing more, nothing less. On the November 15th, 2025 ballot, we'll be asking French Quarter residents to renew the existing .245 sales tax instead of letting it expire on June 2026. Those pennies fund public safety controls, cleanliness, lighting, and other economic development projects spelled out in state law, services which the quarter relies on every day. If voters say yes, the tax will run from July 1st, 2025 through June 30th, 2031, a 5-year window that gives everyone budget certainty before we come back to voters again. We'll take the formal election call vote on August 7, 2025. After today, the clerk publishes this notice and alerts every affected state legislator so the process stays transparent from start to finish. Do you have anything to add? All right.
Roll call.
Wait.
Roll call.
Roll call, sorry.
Council President Morrell.
Here.
Vice President Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember Jeruso. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember King. Councilmember Green.
Present.
Councilmember Thomas. We have 5 members. We have a quorum.
All right. Councilmember Vice President Moreno moves. Councilman Jeruso seconds. Please vote your machines. Five yeas, no nays. It will move forward.
I'll make
Thank
a
you.
motion to adjourn.
Motion to, Council Vice President Moreno moves to adjourn. I will second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
5 yeas, no nays. We are adjourned. Madam Clerk, whenever you're ready, start the meeting.
Look at that, right on time. We'll chat later. Okay.
Roll call. Council President Morrell.
Here.
Vice President Moreno.
Present.
Councilmember Jeruso. Councilmember Harris. Councilmember King. Councilmember Green. Councilmember Thomas. We have 6 members, we have a quorum.
All right, first up, we have the invocation by Pastor Boutin.
May we all stand for a moment of prayer. Dear God, how we honor you, how we adore you, how we thank you for this day that you have given us. God, we pray now that as we prepare to enter into this meeting, we pray for your wisdom, for your guidance to be upon our council, dear God. We thank you that they are working on behalf of our city, dear God. We pray that today would bring about a day where everything that's done be done in your name and in your name only. Thank you for allowing us to continue to strive for excellence in all that we do and all that we say. We ask these blessings in your name we pray. Amen.
Pledge allegiance, Council Vice President Moreno.
Consent agenda. We have a communication from Aaron Spears. This may be received. We have a communication from Richard Corteza. This may be received. Hearing date 7/24/25. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Amy B. Trepanier. This may be received and referred to the Budget Committee. We have a communication from Tammy Jackson. This may be received. We have a communication from Trey Brabant. This may be received. We have a communication from Dr. Lacey Tillman. This may be received and referred to the Quality of Life Committee. We have a communication from Darren P. Lumber. This may be received. We have a communication from Winston Foray. This may be received. Hearing date 7/10/25. We have a communication from Vincent A. Smith. This may be received. We have a communication from Cecil Roebuck. This may be received. We have a report of Eleanor Burke. This may be received. We have a report of Caitlin Tamarack. This may be received. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Hearing date 7/10/25. We have a report of Robert D. Rivers. This may be received. Hearing date 7/10/25. We have ordinance calendar 35,130 by Councilmember Moreno by request. Joint Utility, Cable, Telecommunication, and Technology Committee and Climate Change and Sustainability Committee recommended approval. We have motion M25-349 by Councilmembers Thomas, Green, and Harris by request. Quality of Life Committee recommended approval. We have motion M25-350 by Councilmembers Harris, Green, and Thomas by request. Quality of Life Committee recommended approval. We have resolution R25-352 by Councilmembers Moreno, Morrell, Harris, Green, and Thomas. Joint Utility, Cable, Telecommunication, and Technology Committee and Climate Change and Sustainability Committee recommended approval. We have motion M25-355 by Councilmembers Morrell, Moreno, Jeruso, Green, and Thomas by request. Joint Committee of the Whole Criminal Justice Committee recommended approval. This is all matters on consent.
All right, we have first up, I don't have something for you today, Mr. Okay, you're good. All right, first up, we have Mr. Cecil Roebuck representing the Mystic Kings crew. You have 2 minutes. Freddie's not here. Yep, 2 minutes.
Thank you for hearing from us. I want to start by saying my name is Cecil Roebuck, and I represent the Mystic Kings crew. We have been working on this project for more than 2 years. We have met with our Lieutenants Joe Mammoose and Buddy Boudreau concerning route and everything that's required. We have filed for permits in 2 separate years. Last year, we did not do our event because it happened in the middle of the mayhem of the truck in the French Quarter. We were asked not to. We didn't. We've been working on this project again for 2 years. I have met with the Lieutenants, Joe Mammoth and Buddy Boudreau, on several occasions. We do have a route that is not ready yet, but as of 3 weeks ago, it is very close to being sealed off. We're a pre-carnival parade celebrating nowhere near carnival. We're the day before the Epiphany. We're celebrating the 12th night, which is January 5th. We're the reason that everyone eats king cake. We did hire a special project events coordinator in the beginning who led us to Joe, the lieutenant from the police department, and we led us to Buddy. And we have been sitting now for over 2 years planning this, building parade floats, having doubloons made, having different invitations to different parties made. And that's basically where we are. I don't understand a lot about this. I've never done a parade here in New Orleans, never been part of I'm in several carnival clubs here and still in several carnival clubs over in Mobile. There were some accusations made about me personally, but that's neither here nor there. We have a full group of people that are involved with this, and we're only 3 or 4.
That's your time, Mr. Roebuck. Thank you for being here. Mr. Dominic Graves.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Dominic Graves. I'm one of the victims of Cecil Roebuck. Cecil has a long-standing history in the carnival community among its artists and workers and among his other workers of leading workers on and then accumulating a bill and not paying them and then ditching. He did that to a few of my local friends. He's done it to people out of town. I've sent you guys leads on all of these stories. If Cecil is given access to run this scam, as JP Morrell perfectly coined it, it not only makes us look bad, but it puts other workers and other crew members potentially for that crew at risk for the same type of hijinks that he's run his entire career, and it makes us look bad. Just like what's going on with Rizzuto and Oshun, this will be another black eye for us, and I, for one, don't think we should let him anywhere near our business of Mardi Gras. Thank you.
Thank you. I do want to correct the record. The individual from NOPD in charge of parade permits is not Buddy Boudreaux. He is Buddy Michoud. That's about it. Thank you. I do also want to note for the record the council does not approve permits for parades outside the Mardi Gras season. Thank you. We'll go to the regular agenda, Madam Clerk.
We need a vote.
Sorry, we have to adopt the consent agenda. I'll second. Moved by Council Vice President Moreno. Please vote your machines. 5 yeas, no nays. 6 yeas, no nays. Consent agenda is adopted.
At the top of page 10, item 1, legislative group and communication from Claire Bunn, Communications and Land Use Director, Councilmember Joseph I. Jeruso III, District 8, transmitting the Mayor's Office of Economic Development recommendation of disapproval and requesting the scheduling of a public hearing for the following restoration tax abatement application. RTA application 2024-0285, 5520 Loyola Street, MCM Development, LLC. We have resolution R-25-351 by Councilmember Jeruso, a resolution granting the RTA application.
Sorry. All right, is there any questions about this? I'm ready to move forward. It meets all the criteria for the RTA application. This would be passed, would be granted RTA status to begin with. In the future, this project should theoretically be approved by the RTA board. Project utilizes 100% disadvantaged business enterprises for its contractors. The redevelopment includes all new plumbing, electrical, HVAC, flooring, windows, roofing, etc., and the redevelopment has overwhelming neighborhood support. Are there any questions? All right, I move for approval. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 11, we have item 2, legislative grouping, HDLC appeal of T. Sims Wimsley, requesting to appeal a Historic District Landmarks Commission decision to deny demolition application for property located at 251-53 Pine Street. We have motion M25-353 by Councilmember Jeruso, granting the applicant's request for the property located at 25153 Pine Street, and the decision of the commission is reversed.
Ms. Burke?
Thank you. 25153 Pine Street is a Craftsman-style double shotgun located in the Carrollton Partial Controlled Demolition Review Local Historic District. The applicant is proposing to join two adjacent double shotgun residences to create a 4,200 square foot single-family home. Although HDLC does not have jurisdiction over the proposed new construction, the conjoining of two single-family residential buildings with a large central massing is completely at odds with the historic scale of the historic district and should be discouraged, as this has the potential to set an unfortunate precedent. This proposal does not trigger HDLC review for roof or wall demolition, but does trigger our review due to the enclosure of the front porch. The HDLC definition for what requires HDLC review was updated to include the enclosure of front porches due to the negative impact it has on the architectural integrity and significance of the historic building. This early 20th century streetscape is marked by the interactive quality and detailing associated with front porches created by the row of 4 Craftsman-style duplexes. Enclosure of this porch would eliminate this important extant feature typical of the Craftsman-style developments of the period. At their meeting of May 7, 2025, the Commission reviewed the proposal to enclose the front porch. The Commission voted 7-3 to deny the application to enclose it. The HDLC strongly encourages the City Council to uphold the decision of the HDLC and their role and deny the enclosure of the front porch.
Thank you. The owners of 25123 Pine intend to join two separate homes into one unit, and as Ms. Burke said, enclose the front porch. The new design mimics the current facade by replacing doors with windows. For me, one of the most important features is the threshold for demolition is 25% of the facade. This request is for a whopping 30%. And I just feel like that is such a close threshold that tie goes to the applicant in this instance, and they revised their plans to make that happen. The facade of the new home will remain on Pine Street, and we received no opposition from neighbors and letters of support from those who surround nearby. So with that, I move to approve M25-353 and grant this limited demolition. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Members, please vote your machines. 5 yeas, 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the bottom of the page, item 3, HDLC of Zachary Smith has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. On page 12, item 4, legislative grouping IZD of Eric and Sensenbrenner, motion M25-360 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 5, zoning docket 2425 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the top of page 13, item 6, legislative group and zoning docket 2725 and motion M25-359 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 7, zoning docket 2825 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the top of page 14, item A, legislative grouping NSTR 6024 and motions M25-363 and M25-364 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the top of page 15, item 9, legislative grouping NSTR 6124 and motions M25-361 and 362 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the top of page 16, item 10, NSTR special exception 6224 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 11, NSTR 6324 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the top of page 17, item 12, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar 34,385, and motions lying over M23-426 and M23-427 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the top of page 18, item 13, legislative grouping, ordinance calendar 35,093, and motion lying over M25-254 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the bottom of the page, item 14, ordinance calendar 35,103 by council members Jeruso, Morel, Moreno, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas. An ordinance to
Madam
establish.
Clerk, I'm sorry, just so you don't have to read all of it. We're going to defer this one until 7:10 too.
Okay.
Thank you.
It has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the top of page 19, we have item 15, ordinance calendar 35,112 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to move grant funds within the health department from Fund 4405 to 4145, appropriation 200, other operating to 100, personal service for the purpose of delivering medications and medical supplies during a large-scale public health emergency and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Budget audit, board of review recommended approval, fiscal note was received.
Members, since this is grant funds, I think we should move forward with it and move for approval. Seconded by Councilmember Moreno. I need one more. 6 yeas, no nays.
Item 16, ordinance calendar 35,113 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140 MCS as amended, entitled an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to move grant funds within the health department from Fund 4405 to 4145, appropriation 200, other operating to 100, personal service for purposes of delivering medication and medical supplies during a large-scale public health emergency and otherwise to provide respect thereto. Fiscal note was received.
Motion to approve. Second by Vice President Moreno. 6 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 20, item 17, ordinance calendar 35,114 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance 30,139 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate additional grant funds to the office of the mayor to purchase equipment and supplies for projects that are awarded on the fiscal year 2023 State Homeland Security Grant and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Budget Audit Board of Review Committee recommended approval. Fiscal note was received.
Move for approval. Seconded by Vice President Moreno. 6 yeas, no nays.
Item 18, ordinance calendar 35,115 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance 30,140 as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate additional grant funds to the office of the mayor to purchase equipment and supplies for projects that are awarded on the fiscal year 23 State Homeland Security Grant and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Fiscal note received.
Move for approval. Seconded by Vice President Moreno. Need a few more votes. 6 yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, number 19, ordinance calendar 35,117 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the top of page 21, item 20, ordinance calendar 35,125 has been withdrawn.
So ordered.
Item 21, ordinance calendar 35,127 this has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 22, ordinance calendar 35,128 by Councilmember Thomas by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 3 to a previously executed endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and Healing Mind NOLA relative to the public purpose of supporting the New Orleans Assisted Outpatient Treatment Program, ability to coordinate physicians to conduct mental health evaluations for prospective AOT participants in compliance with the Louisiana Revised Statute 2866 et sec, and to compensate physicians for same by operating an AOT program through the Orleans Civil District Court and working to connect people in need of mental health treatment to appropriate resources through case management and court supervision, to modify the provisions thereof and extend the term thereof for 1 additional year as more fully set forth in amendment number 3 as Exhibit A and made part hereof and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Very important amendment, especially when you're talking about mental health. It authorizes the city to enter into a third amendment to the agreement with Healing Minds NOLA to extend the NOLA, the New Orleans Assisted Outpatient Treatment Program. Assisted treatment provides mandated outpatient psychiatric treatment for individuals with severe mental illness under the direction of the Orleans Civil District Court. This proposed CEA amendment will provide funding to Healing Minds and NOLA to compensate physicians for psychiatric evaluations, a requirement of the enrollment in the AOT, and to support Healing Minds and NOLA's coordination of AOT services, including data collection. This amendment extends the agreement through December 31st, 2025, and increases the maximum aggregate compensation from $300,000 to $375,000. With that, I've moved adoption. Second by Councilmember Harris. All in favor?
We waiting on the amendment.
5 yeas, no nays, and it's approved. Thank you.
It's 6, sorry, Councilmember.
We're going to come back to this one.
6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
We'll do that one after executive session.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. At the top of page 22, item 23, ordinance calendar 35,129 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain ordinance 30,074 MCS regarding short-term rental platforms to verify eligibility of its listing, to extend the effective date of such ordinance and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you. This simply extends the effective date to start on August 1st. That's what it does. I see no questions, see no cards. I move to adopt. Can I get a second? Second by Council Vice President Moreno. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. It is adopted. Thank you.
Item 24, ordinance calendar 35,131 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into Amendment Number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and Blue Crew relative to the value public purpose of operating the New Orleans Bike Share Program to provide an affordable and convenient transportation option, to extend the term thereof for an additional 40 months as more fully detailed in Amendment Number 1 to the CEA as Exhibit 1, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Move for approval. Seconded by Vice President Moreno. Six yeas, no nays.
Item 25, ordinance calendar 35,132 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the City of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of New Orleans and Blue Crew for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of expanding the bike share program in the City of New Orleans as more fully detailed in the cooperative endeavor agreement as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Move for approval. Seconded by President Morrell. Six yeas, no nays. Thank you.
At the top of page 23, we have item 26, ordinance calendar 35,133 by Council Members Moreno, Morrell, Harris, and King. This has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the bottom of the page, item 28, ordinance calendar 35,136 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to amend and reordain section 54-151 of the Code of the City of New Orleans relative to graffiti to increase the maximum penalties for violations related to graffiti and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Members of the council and members of the public, this is a fast-moving meeting, so we're at item number 28. I had invited a couple of business owners to come here so that they could share with you their experience and the expense that they've had to incur relative to removing graffiti from their buildings. It is important, since we have the quorum here today, that I move forward on actually approving this. I'm going to ask the indulgence of the chair if one of those business owners comes in at some time, because I can't reach him, to stop him from coming in, if he would be allowed a minute to just talk about his experience. But
you can always use personal
Yes.
privilege as an opportunity to do that.
Okay. So this ordinance is to increase the fines and penalties associated with graffiti violations. This is not a new law. We're simply updating an existing ordinance to give our judges more discretion when issuing penalties and to strengthen the city's ability to address a persistent problem affecting neighborhoods from across the city. and a couple of business owners will certainly tell their story. Graffiti is just not a nuisance. It's a form of criminal damage to property that contributes to urban blight, decreases property values, and costs the city and private property owners thousands of dollars in cleanup and in restoration costs. If you write on somebody else's building without their permission, you have committed vandalism. That is not art. Too many business owners who have invested significantly in businesses and properties that sustain themselves and their families have been targeted, and unfortunately, those who target them sometimes think that they have a right to do so. Well, they don't. And this ordinance simply increases from $100 to $500 the maximum fine to better reflect the seriousness of the offense. The goal is not just to penalize, but to deter this type of behavior and bring more attention to its impact. We're cracking down on illegal graffiti. We're also promoting healthy and creative outlets for expression. We continue to support programs that provide youth with opportunities to showcase their artistic talents legally and constructively, from mural initiatives to art mentorships. There are a number of murals in the city, and there's a number of owners who would love to have, with their permission, art potentially on their building. It's about their permission. This is about accountability and also about alternatives. Members, I'm taking a little bit longer because I've been getting some comments and people have said the same old things, that you're taking away an opportunity for youth to do certain things, to express themselves. No, this is writing on the buildings of other people. But since this is a public forum, I just want to remind everyone who's watching that there are many outlets in the city of New Orleans to express your artistic talents or to either learn. I'll list a few of them right now. The Arts Council of New Orleans has a young artist movement. People for Public Art creates a program creating murals in our city. The Black School, which is under construction right now, but already has programs that design and provide mentorships and materials to nurture young people. Young artists, young aspirations, young artists, Yaya, aged 13 to 25, they work alongside professional artists to create public art. The Contemporary Arts Center provides mentoring and opportunities to produce and exhibit art. The Ogden Museum Teen Internship Program, applications accepted now, 20 to 25. Intern with Art Camp 504 offers advanced art workshops for students of all income levels. Bon Ton Studios, nonprofit organization that services both individuals and families of disadvantaged backgrounds. I asked the members of the public and the members of the council to take a look at the screen for a second. You'll see the extent to which this graffiti exists, not only on Claiborne Avenue, but also in the community's Ninth Ward. This is on Old Gentilly Road, a building that's soon to be converted to another business. It has been tagged, the one on the right. The one on the left is a former grocery store, a former Circle K store that the owner is having trouble renting, but they certainly will have more trouble because of the graffiti that's on it. You have a Walgreens on Gentilly Boulevard where someone was looking at it. That building was tagged just recently. On the right-hand side, you have a new park that's being built on Claiborne Avenue by Healthy Community Services. Someone went down the entirety of the length of the fence from La Harpe Street over to Laperouse Street and just put lines on it. Lines. That's vandalism. That's vandalism. The bottom line is that I could go on and give you many, many, many photos. I do want to emphasize that it's not that these properties are vacant all the time. There certainly are some, and maybe this graffiti is contributing to it. But buildings that are occupied have been tagged at night. Roll-up doors, for example. You can't sometimes tell during the day that there's graffiti because the door is rolled up to a restaurant. Rolled up doors have been targeted. So I just want to make it clear with this ordinance, and I appreciate the support of the council, that graffiti, which is art, is different from vandalism. If you write on somebody else's property or if you draw on it without their permission, you hurt them and you hurt our community. This is about holding people accountable and increasing a fine to an already existing ordinance, There are business owners, such as someone who is going to appear with me today. I appreciate their support. Mike's Hardware has said they will work with property owners who have been tagged to provide them with paint so that they can paint over it. And then, of course, that's not the long-term solution. But business owners have said that they're going to get together and be more proactive with their cameras, sharing information so that we can get to the bottom of it. I want to emphasize one last thing. It's not youth that are doing all of this graffiti writing. We do have some pictures. We do have some videos. We do have eyewitness. We have adults, irresponsible adults who are bored, who don't mind damaging property, especially in certain communities. They're having a tremendously negative impact on property values, and they target certain areas. That's ridiculous. It's got to stop. So, members, I ask your support for number 35-136 to increase the fines, the maximum penalties. Can I get a second? Seconded by Councilman Thomas. Members, any comments? I don't see any. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas. Thank you very much for your support. And to the general public, especially the business owners, we hear your concerns. We're moving in the right direction. We're serious. There will be oversight. This will be an ordinance that is going to have teeth because of the activity of business owners and the community. Thank you.
At the top of page 24, item 29, ordinance calendar 35,137 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 30, ordinance calendar 35,138 by Councilmember Moreno by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans and the New Orleans Community Support Foundation relative to the value public purpose of administering it to Youth Climate Action Fund to fund youth-led climate initiatives in support of the New Orleans Climate Action Plan, to extend the term thereof for an additional 16 months, increase the funding at $100,000, and modify the obligations of parties as more fully detailed in amendment number 1 to the cooperative endeavor agreement as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. This is a 16th month extension, as you mentioned, and GNOF administers these funds that we receive from another foundation. I move adoption. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Five yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of
6
the
yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar 35,139 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance 30,139 MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate private funds to the health department for fiscal year 25 expenses and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Fiscal no receipt.
Motion to approve. Second by Councilmember Morel. 6 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 25, item 32, ordinance calendar 35,140 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance 30,140 MCS as amended entitled. An ordinance providing operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate private funds to the health department for fiscal year 25 expenses and otherwise to provide respects thereto. Fiscal no receipt.
Move to approve. Seconded by President Morel. Six yeas, no nays.
Item 33, ordinance calendar 35,141 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance 3139 MCS as amended entitled. An ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds received from the National Association of County and City Health Officials to the New Orleans Health Department to create a media campaign to increase syphilis awareness and linkage to care in Orleans Parish and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Move for approval.
Fiscal no receipt.
Oh, thank you, Madam Clerk. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. Six yeas, no nays.
At the bottom of the page, ordinance calendar 35,142 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 2, 30,140, MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to appropriate grant funds received from National Association of County and City Health Officials to the New Orleans Health Department to create a media campaign to increase syphilis awareness and linkage to the Orleans to care in Orleans Parish and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Move for approval. Second by Councilmember Harris. Six yeas, six? Yeah, no, six, we got six. Thank you.
At the top of page 26, item 35, ordinance calendar 35,143 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10 and referred to budget. Item 36, ordinance calendar 35,144 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10 and referred to budget. At the top of page 27, item 37, ordinance calendar 35,145 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10 and referred to budget. Item 38, ordinance calendar 35,146 by council members Jerusalem, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,139, MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing an operating budget of revenues for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to move grant funds within the health department from Fund 4405 to 4145, appropriation 200, other operating to 100, personal service for purposes of delivering medication and medical supplies during a large-scale public health emergency and otherwise to provide respects thereto, fiscal no receipt.
Move for approval. Seconded by Vice President Moreno. 6 yeas, no nays.
You ready?
Yep, yes, ma'am.
Item 39, ordinance calendar 35,147 by councilmembers Jeruso, Moreno, Green, and Thomas by request. An ordinance to amend ordinance number 30,140, MCS as amended entitled, an ordinance providing operating budget of expenditures for the city of New Orleans for the year 2025 to move grant funds within the health department from Fund 4405 to 4145, appropriation 200, other operating to 100, personal service for purpose of delivering medication and medical supplies during a large-scale public health emergency and otherwise to provide respects thereto.
Move for approval. Seconded by Councilmember Harris. 6 yeas, no nays.
At the top of page 28, we have item 40, motion line over M25-182 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 41, motion line over M25-183 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 42, motion line over M25-184 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the top of page 29, item 43, motion line over M25-185 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 44, motion line over M25-186 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 45, motion line over M25-187 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the top of page 30, item 46, motion line over M25-188 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 47, motion line over M25-189 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 48, motion line over M25-235 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the top of page 31, item 49, motion line over M25-236 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 50, motion line over M25-237 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 51, motion line over M25-238 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the top of page 32, item 52, motion line over M25-239 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 53, motion line over M25-286 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 54, motion line over M25-287 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. At the top of page 33, item 55, motion line over M25-288 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 56, motion line over M25-309 by council members Jeruso, Moreno, Morel, Harris, King, Green, and Thomas, determining that the services of a professional are needed regarding the valuation and administration of the property held in the Wisner Trust, and directing the council's chief of staff to issue and advertise a request for qualifications and/or proposal for one or more consultants or firm of consultants to determine the value of the property held in the Wisner Trust, to recommend the property's best and highest use, and to recommend a comprehensive approach to administer the property in accordance with Council Rule 42.
Mr. Burnside?
I would like to thank the council for taking on this burden to see what things are worth. Newspaper articles inform us of things that are historical, what things were worth in 2013, for instance. So it's good to know what things are worth in 2024. I would suggest that the city should not own any of this property, and it should sell it to the highest bidder. We have several debts, not the least of which is our firefighters' retirement fund. We spend over $50 million every year for our firefighter retirees because the current firefighter pension fund is only contributing 11% of the retirees. So it would be good to move the firefighters onto the state pension. It would be good to pay the state pension a substantial amount of money that we could get from selling this land and remove this yearly burden on all future budgets that this council and other councils will have to pass, because the days of easy federal money are at least temporarily suspended. So perhaps we should give some consideration to what use we might put this Wisner's Trust to help us in the long term. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilmember Green.
I am pleased to be a member of the council that has resolved this issue relative to Wisner in a manner that is very favorable to our city. As we look at ways to administer this property, I just ask the council to consider the effect and impact that our Culture and Recreation Fund has had. We have been able to put money directly into the directly into the programs of many organizations that have done very effective work. As we look at the administration of the property, we know it's going to generate additional revenues. I just want to put out there the possibility of us giving additional consideration to beefing up a fund that has done great things in our communities. And I just wanted to put that out there for whomever is looking at administration of it, the potential use of the revenues. The council has done a fine job in terms of supporting organizations that are doing good things.
Thank you. I think this is an important touchstone for not just the council, but for the city and its residents as well, Councilmember Green. It is because we've seen media reports of what the value of this property is, but we don't have a survey ourselves because even though we're the owner, nobody's provided that to us. So now that we own the whole thing in fee simple, it's our duty to go see exactly how much this is worth. Secondly, to the point Mr. Burnside made, none of us has ever operated, been a land use person for oil and gas funds or for proceeds or for mineral rights and knows how to administer those. And I think there is a big question about, do we stand pat and draw all the revenue that we can? Are we doing the best that we can by all the revenue that we have? Is there more that we can get that we don't already have? Is it something, an asset that should be sold? None of us knows what the best answer to that is, and that's why we need professionals to help guide us in this decision. And I think we're taking an absolute objective, legitimate, and extraordinarily reasonable approach to figure out what's in the best interest of the city of New Orleans. So with that, I've moved for approval, seconded by Councilmember Green. One more. 6 yeas, no nays. Thank you.
Item 57, resolution line over R25-343 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. On page 34, item 58, motion M25-347 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 59, motion M25-348 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. Item 60, resolution R25-354 by Councilmember Jeruso. A resolution calling an elections in the Lakewood Crime Prevention and Improvement District for November 15, 2025.
All right, this is just to call the Lakeview Crime Prevention Improvement District for the election November 15th, second by Councilmember Green. Two more. Thank you, 6-0.
At the top of page 35, item 61, we have motion M25-356 by Council Members Jeruso, King, and Green, establishing official permanent polling places for precincts within the parish of Orleans for future elections, including the upcoming October 11, 2025 municipal primary election.
Members, this does two things. One, it does change some polling locations because there's just impacted sites. And there's some name changes that also are necessary. For example, the records listed the Willow School and when it was Lusher, and so we want to just make sure that the correct updated names are being used in the records to reduce confusion. So this affects myself, Councilmember King, and Councilmember Green. Move for approval. Councilmember Green, do you want a second? Councilmember Green, seconds. One more. It's all right. 6 yeas, no nays.
Item 62, resolution R25-357 by Councilmember Harris. A resolution calling an election in the Broadmoor Neighborhood Improvement District for Saturday, November 15, 2025.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. I move. Seconded by Councilmember Morrell. All in favor?
Aye.
6 yeas. Thank you.
Item 63, motion M25-358 has been deferred to the meeting of 7/10. We have a resolution under suspension, resolution R25-365 by Councilmember Morrell. We need to make a vote, we need to suspend the rules to receive this resolution.
Moved by Moreno, second by myself. All in favor? Aye. 6 yeas, no nays.
We need to suspend the rules to add this to the agenda.
I'll move. Second by Council Vice President Moreno. All in favor, say aye.
We have resolution R25-365 by Councilmember Morrell, requesting the Attorney General to provide guidance on the following two questions. One, does the New Orleans City Council have the authority to require the Orleans Parish Sheriff to utilize the city's enterprise resource planning system, commonly referred to as BRAS, for the sheriff's operating and personnel expenditures and contracts that involve the use of funds appropriated to it by the City of New Orleans? Two, does the New Orleans City Council or the City Attorney's Office have the authority to review, approve, and otherwise exercise oversight over the contracts that the Orleans Parish Sheriff enters into with vendors to expends the funds appropriated to it by the City of New Orleans?
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Members, this simply asks for a bit of guidance. Obviously, this brass issue has been an issue that's been discussed at length, but in an effort to try and get some legal clarity on whether we can require inclusion in brass of other state elected offices or positions, I think this is an important legal matter that we could use some guidance on to avoid future litigation. So.
Has there been pushback on the part of anyone relative to inclusion based on the resolution that was passed?
There has been some concern, not a tremendous amount of pushback. There's been some concerns regarding the timing of having the specialized software in brass to accommodate them. So for the most part, other than the sheriff's office, every other group has expressed a willingness to do it, but I think this legal clarity is still important.
You said other than, so the sheriff's office has given pushback relative to
they've-
inclusion. You've given in your resolution that I supported a year for them to be in the brass system.
And they have had initial meetings, but that has not led to them fully committing to do it.
I would also just like to note, just for the record, that shortly after the meeting that we had, I emailed the sheriff about a number of things, 5 bullet points. The last 2 were about how much cash is in reserve and the bonding capacity, and we've received no substantive response. So I emailed again today saying we expect the answer by close of business, so that way we can know it. This is part of the problem not having the sheriff in brass, is super basic questions that the public is entitled to, we're not getting the answer to, and we're the ATM machine for OPSO.
And we were told that our job was to simply fund the sheriff's office, no matter the request, no matter the ability to analyze it. And I'm concerned, because I saw that email, that it's a simple response that's needed. And we're asked to justify our expenditures by the public. I don't have an answer, to be very honest with you. We are not standing in the way of the sheriff's office doing anything that needs to be done, but we have also seen that there are concerns that the public has. And I want to be in a position to help as opposed to hinder. But when I see that a simple request of that nature has been made, and I see us following up from a meeting where there was a dispute as to how much money is in the bank, I can't explain to the public how much money is in the bank. Can they use it? Are we the ones standing in the way of the locks being repaired or operations taking place? We can only do that with information, and I don't think we have sufficient information. And I publicly am requesting that before we have that meeting on Monday where the sheriff's office comes before the Criminal Justice Committee, that the answers to the questions that Councilman Giarrusso has raised be provided.
I think that is a worthy request and a worthy endeavor. I don't see how that's in conflict with the resolution.
No, no, no.
Yeah, I know, I want to be.
No, absolutely not.
Right.
I just brought up what Councilman Giarrusso said. It's not in conflict.
Yeah, so I mean, part of the reason why this resolution is important is that there has been ongoing debate between the council and our criminal justice partners. How much information are we required to get from them? We've had some departments, I would say the criminal court judges, for example, where though they're not in brass, the amount of information they give us as far as how their expenditures are allocated is voluminous in comparison to the little blurb we get from the sheriff's office with broad strokes. The challenge is that the parish of Orleans is unique in that many of these criminal justice partners that we give money to, and 99% of other parishes are self-funded. So we are the only city where we subsidize our sheriff, we subsidize our criminal clerks, and for the most part subsidize our DA. In other parishes, these are all independent agencies where through either consolidation between the civil and criminal divisions or from direct millages, they fund themselves. So we're in the unenviable position of having to do Sophie's Choice each year of what we're not going to fund because we're funding these criminal justice partners, which we know that's an obligation and we do it. The challenge is when you have partners who won't tell you how much money they're sitting on. And this resolution really is an effort to get some clarity, because as we move forward to try and get all these different groups to merge into brass, we do want to know that we have good legal standing as far as predicating that support on being in brass and that we can do it. So it's belt and suspenders to what we're already doing. It's an effort to try and get an answer so we can avoid unnecessary litigation. If one of those criminal justice partners decides they don't want to do it, we will have something that says, yeah, you do have to do it.
The taxpayers of the city of New Orleans provide approximately $65 million a year to the sheriff's office.
Councilman Morrell, this may be the rare moment where I'm more pointed than you are in your criticism. The sheriff has said repeatedly, publicly, that the council is to blame for the lack of money that she has in its operations. We've called the question by saying you're sitting on huge reserves based on your own financial information, based on what the state has provided to us, and we have the temerity to ask what is your bonding capacity, and the sheriff can't answer that question sitting in chambers. We then repeated the questions on May 21st, and here we are on June 26th, and we still don't have answers to those questions. So in my view, it's time to put up or shut up, because I'm tired of us being blamed for not giving money when the sheriff is sitting on funds and hasn't explained to the public what's been happening with it.
Mr. Burnside, you're ambling up, so I'm sure you have something to say.
Mr. Burnside has a right knee that requires ambling instead of walking. So, regards to sheriff. It's hard to defend the lady, so I'll just say this. She inherited a problem I would not have wanted to inherit. That building falling apart is a reflection of how it was built, and that includes who it was built by and how much money was spent building it and who was in charge while it was being built. And as long as we ignore those facts, we are trying to not solve the problem. So the problem isn't just government. The Hard Rock Hotel fell down and we did not inspect it, but they built it. So we have an unfortunate reality about new buildings in this parish that we choose to ignore. We don't talk about who built it. We don't talk about how long it took to build. We don't talk about whether it went over budget. We don't talk about what the profit margin was. We don't discuss what level of materials were actually used in the construction. We hired 2 weeks ago a person for $2 million to go tell us about the materials that we're using in future constructions here in the parish. But we haven't hired anybody to go back and examine what we've already paid for, which means, quite frankly, we'll probably make the same mistake when we get around to building the city hall. Retrospectives, going back and seeing what reality is, are very helpful moving forward. And I would suggest as time moves on that we consider hiring somebody to go look at that building with great care and let us know how much of it was bad maintenance and let us know how much of it was bad construction. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Burnside. Is there anything else anyone would like to add? In closing, I appreciate y'all's consideration on this resolution. I think it's an important step in us exercising our role as a fiduciary agents and exercising our fiduciary responsibility as a city to make sure that as we request all these different groups to go into brass, that we are standing on good legal authority to do so. So I will move. Can I get a second? Moved by Vice President Moreno, seconded by myself. Please vote your machines. 6 yeas, no nays. It is adopted. Thank you.
We can vote to go to ordinance on first read.
I will move, seconded by Council Vice President Moreno. All in favor? 6 yeas, no nays. We're on order the first reading.
Ordinances on first readings. Ordinance calendar number 35,148 by Councilmember Jeruso by request. An ordinance authorizing the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into a cooperative endeavor agreement between the city of New Orleans, the city, and the New Orleans Parish School Board, OPSB, for a term greater than 1 year for the public purpose of the improving education for Orleans Parish residents by providing a share of net revenue generated by the city's electronic enforcement devices as more fully detailed in the Cooperative Endeavor Agreement form attached hereto as Exhibit A, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,149 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 19 of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, Ordinance number 4264 MCS, as amended by Ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments, to establish a new interim zoning district, IZD, to be named the Customary Lodging Services Staffing Interim Zoning District, the intent of which is to prohibit the acceptance of an application for any license or permit for a hotel or motel which does not provide staffing at all hours as a part of customary lodging services, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Zoning docket number 2225. Ordinance calendar number 35,150 by Councilmember Morrell. An ordinance to amend and reordain Article 26, of the Comprehensive Zoning Ordinance, ordinance number 4264 MCS as amended by ordinance number 26,413 MCS and subsequent amendments, to amend the definition of customary lodging services to require at minimum personal or staffing on site at all hours, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 2325. Ordinance calendar number 35,151 by Councilmember Green. An ordinance to effect a zoning change from an L1 light industrial district to an MU1 medium intensity mixed use district on Square 31, Lot C2, B1, Gentilly Industrial District in the 3rd Municipal District, bounded by Elver Street, Carver Rams Way, formerly Higgins Boulevard, Desire Street, and Chickasaw Street. Municipal address is 3601 Desire Street, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto, zoning docket number 2525. Ordinance calendar number 35,152 by Councilmember Harris. An ordinance to rename the park located at 1801 South Robertson Street to Barbara Layson Keller Park, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Street park name change number 225. Ordinance calendar number 35,153 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to authorize the mayor of the city of New Orleans to enter into amendment number 1 to a previously executed cooperative endeavor agreement, CEA, between the city of New Orleans City and Sustaining Our Urban Landscape, SOUL, relative to the valued public purpose of tree planting and community engagement around tree planting as part of the City of New Orleans Urban and Community Forestry Program Award, and to amend the scope of services as more fully detailed in Amendment Number 1 to the CEA attached hereto as Exhibit 1, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,154 by Councilmember Moreno by request. An ordinance to ordain Article 14 of Chapter 26 of the City of New Orleans to require owners of non-residential and multifamily buildings to measure and disclose energy usage, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,155 by Council Members Jeruso, Moreno, Harris, King, and Thomas. An ordinance calling for an election on November 15, 2025, at which the electors of the City of New Orleans shall be asked to approve an amendment to Section 5-404 of the Home Rule Charter to extend the deadlines for the City Planning Commission and City Council to act on the master plan and amendments thereto, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,156 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the City of New Orleans, the city, by and through New Orleans Aviation Board, NOAB, to enter into an amended and restated lease agreement at Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with Breeze Aviation Group Incorporated, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. Ordinance calendar number 35,157 by Councilmember Green by request. An ordinance to approve and authorize the City of New Orleans, the city, by and through the New Orleans Aviation Board, NOAB, to enter into an amended lease and concessions agreement at the Louis Armstrong New Orleans International Airport with Paradise LaGuardia at MSY2 LLC, and otherwise to provide with respect thereto. That concludes the ordinances on first reading.
Thank you. I'm recognizing Councilmember Green, personal privilege.
Lee, would you come forward for a second, please? I want to, members of the council, our schedule is moving very, very fluidly today, very fast. So I want to identify a gentleman who offered to support business owners whose businesses have been tagged by graffiti. Lee, would you introduce yourself and the company name and what you're willing to assist?
Yeah, so my name's Lee LaFleur, owner of Mike's Hardware and Supply on Elysian Fields. We've been there 43 years. I'm also a resident of Orleans Parish.
Over the years, we've helped out primarily playgrounds and other places that have been tagged with graffiti, donating supplies, materials, cleanup stuff, that and so forth. I applaud Councilman Green for his efforts recently with graffiti mitigation. I know we fought it just in our block. There's 2 buildings that we reported maybe 3 years ago, and they still have graffiti on them. We've been neighborly and covered it up for some of our adjacent buildings and just kind of done them a favor. Donated product, so forth, to more so volunteer groups. But it's definitely a problem in our city, and I think we need to do more about it, and I applaud Councilman Green for his efforts.
Well, I applaud you for offering your services. How long have you been in that location? You said 40?
40, this make 44 years, yeah.
And you're from that general community?
Yes, yeah, rooted in the community, yeah.
Tell us about your background, real fast, the public.
Sure, yeah, I grew up Gentilly. My mom was a retired Orleans Parish school teacher. My dad retired New Orleans policeman, so I'm about as New Orleans as it comes. Here to stay. I'd like to see things like graffiti just get mitigated. I think it chases people off. It's kind of a shame that we have just so much of it. Seems to be an uptick. Various parts of town. Emailed you earlier, the iconic building on Frenchman and Gentilly, the McKinsey's Chicken in a Box was tagged earlier this month. Just high visibility, high traffic intersection with several tags, several different, maybe, I don't know if you call them artists, but vandals maybe. So it's definitely something we need to get
But it's important for me to have you here because of your experiences, especially in the business. A business owner recently came to you because he had to invest in
Yes, that was Mr. Gerald from McKinsey, so I think was here maybe a few months ago.
Right, being recognized for his decades of investment in our city.
Right.
Right. Look, it's me. I just want to emphasize to you that we're recognizing you and we're recognizing Gerald and others who have invested so significantly. And it is worse than it used to be. I don't want anybody to say, oh, it's always been like that. It has not been to the extent that it is now, where a group of people, some of whom call themselves a community, just identify places to tag, and they tag them in ways that don't even look right. I don't even understand what they're saying sometimes. We saw it on the video. So I just want to thank you, Lee LaFleur, and thank you for your investment over the decades, but thank you for your willingness to reach out and be supportive of those businesses who have been tagged. We are going to work on this, and the amount of tagging is going to be reduced. But because of folks such as yourself and Mike's Hardware, we're going to be able to confront this issue a little bit more definitively. So thank you very much.
Sure, and one related note, I know years ago there was the Gray Ghost, I think Fred Ratke, I'm sure some of you
I was
know.
just getting ready to say, ask the Council President for a moment. Fred Ratke, as a matter of fact, when Councilmember Green was over economic development, Memorial in the city had a relationship with Fred Ratke, and that was actually an effort to not just eradicate graffiti, but also apprehend people who did it. Because there was a group that went along the East Coast, train stations, public buildings, came down south, and they were tagging everything. So Fred died a couple of years ago, but this particular effort seems to be back. And so something has to be done. Thank you, Councilman.
Yes, thank you, Councilman Thomas. Yes, and we are going to do something more comprehensive. We're going to look at what was done back then and re-engage it. But the main thing is that the vandals are going to pay higher fines. There are more cameras out there. There's a business community that's been tagged so much by this and had to expend so much money that they're going to be very serious about it. So thank you very much, and congratulations on the decades of success at that location. We really appreciate you, a New Orleanian.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Members, it is 11:15 and I hate to do this, I feel like I'm email shaming people today, but on June 17th, I emailed the law department, including the city attorney, the deputy city attorney, Corwin St. Raymond, Jonathan Henderson, who's the city's representative, the administration's representative on Wisner, and copied council members Morrell, his chief of staff, my chief of staff, and our outside lawyer, and said, in light of the recent rulings and two-lane settlement, I'd like to know the administration's position on aligning itself with the council. Please let us know for the executive session on today. The response I got was, good afternoon, Joe, we will let you know, which to me sounds like they're coming. And now I've been informed that the law department does not plan on coming. And I'm hearing some laughter on the dais. I guess it would be amusing if it weren't so serious. I would strongly urge the law department to be here at 12:30. And if they're not, you can come to the Budget Committee meeting on July 1 and publicly sit at the table and explain to the council and to the public, number one, your failure to follow obligations of dealing with people, and number two, what your position is publicly. So if you want to do it publicly, I'm happy to have you at the party. We can make it happen. Bring you coffee, water, whatever you want. And if you want to come now and avoid all of that, we can do that too. So, Mr. President, I just wanted to make sure we were very clear on the record about that.
All right, thank you. We're not quite at the time period to do executive session, Mr. Burnside. When we do come to that point, I will call you up. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stand at ease for a few moments while we wait for some of our special order guests to arrive.
All right, so just so we're clear, and while reporters are here, the city attorney has come downstairs and has agreed to speak with us. So I'd like to, please don't report that the city attorney did not come. All right, so there we go. Thank you.
All right. Councilmember Thomas?
Thank you, Council Chairman. Madam Clerk, do you have to announce us reconvening, or can we just?
We were at ease. We didn't
Okay,
actually
okay,
go
we're at
adjourn or
ease.
anything.
Thanks, Madam Clerk. I think it's the second order of business. If you could read it, please.
Second order of business, presentation, Elizabeth Dunham, Linda Butler, Shay Diane Green, and Howard Rogers, recognizing Ms. Linda, the Yakameen lady, and her 50-year-old tradition serving various kinds of Yakameen worldwide.
and move
She
that
is a
chair.
cultural
Go to the end
icon and
over there, so
a
she can't get
culinary alchemist whose art in making and vending of the dish is both generational and consistent.
First point, what an honor. If you're really kind of New Orleans to the bone, whether you're a fan of the cuisine, everybody knows the Yakame lady. And if you've spent any time in this community, you know that some of the best Yakame, some of the best personality, one of the greatest chefs and iconic figures happens to be Miss Linda. And Lena, I was telling some folks some stories early on. When I started here as a staffer years ago, that former council member Johnny Jackson didn't want to do anything until he got his Yakame from Miss Linda. And there are people in this community, my wife, my sister, and others. Though others may make some good Yakame, if they don't get your Yakame, then they're never really satisfied, guys. So this is really just, I'm really kind of giddy here because to know Miss Linda for a long time and to know that the role that she's played, not just with her food and with her Yakame, but the role she's played with her lives, it's really, really a great opportunity here to honor you. So we got some formal things we want to do first. And I know we got a lot of foodies up here. We're going to start with Councilmember Giarrusso.
Well, first I want to thank you for being here today, and also kind of how neat it is that we're honoring you and Leah Chase on the very same council meeting. And I think that should mean something to you and show you what you mean to the city. And of course, as I've been told, you want to do it to give somebody their flowers while they're still alive. And so we're so happy to do that to you. And what a culinary icon you are for this city, and what a blessing. So we appreciate your being here and everything you've done and all the supporters you have sitting with you today.
Councilmember Harris.
Well, Miss Linda, you know that I love you. I know that you are my family. You know, my mother passed and she loved you.
Right?
And I just want to say how proud and happy I am to have you in my life as a friend, and how much I love Yakameen.
Thank you so much.
And I love you, I love your family, and you are an icon of the city of New Orleans. You're a champion of the city of New Orleans, and you do so much for this city and this state to bring attention to the culinary excellence of this city, of our community. And again, I just want to say how much I love you. I love your family.
Thank you.
And congratulations on 50 years of being part of this vibrant community.
50 years. Councilmember Marino.
Thank you. I really can't say it any better than Councilmember Harris, but we love you. We're so proud of you. Obviously, food is such a huge part of our city, of our people, and you are one that makes us proud in that culinary field. And so we thank you so much for all that you have brought to this field and how you have brought others behind you to teach, for them to learn. And so we just love you, and we thank you for your 50 years and many more to come.
Thank you so much.
Councilmember Morrell.
Thank you. It is such an honor to be here with part of this council honoring you for 50 years in this community. It is a bit daunting because you've been serving Yakimen longer than I've been alive. I will tell you, you know my family, you know my mom, my dad. My dad, it's so funny because there's so many different restaurants that appear in the city year after year. And I can tell you, no matter where we walk in, if there's Yakimen on the menu, he's like, I don't even need to mess with that because I know where I get my Yakimen.
right. Thank you.
Now, the last thing I want to add is, where can I get a shirt? Those shirts are fire. Those shirts are fire. So, just let us know where we can order them from, because that is, I mean, those shirts are so amazing because you are an icon in the city. You are a culinary icon, but you're also a cultural icon. And I appreciate Councilman Thomas for honoring you here today. I appreciate being part of this council to honor you.
I just want to say one thing.
Ms.
I'm so proud that y'all doing this for me, but I want to tell y'all something. They put me with Lil Chase. That's who they put me with. I am one of the chefs in the city of New Orleans with 4 other chefs, and that's who they put me up with.
Well,
And I'm so proud of that.
You're going to have your time, because we got some more honoring and talking before we close out. Councilmember Green.
This is a very special day, and that's something that's
Thank you.
recognizing you for your many decades of contributions. And green is good. People don't say Linda Green enough.
I know that's
Eugene Green is pleased. But look, at the end of the day, we appreciate the fact that you're so much a part of the good that is New Orleans, the things that are good in New Orleans, and your commitment to family and your commitment to this city, and also just your willingness to not only cook and not only recommend to others, but to do things that to help our community really do make a difference. So it's a very special day for a couple of reasons, but when we can recognize 50 years, Yakima,
Yes.
we appreciate that. Thank you, Linda Green.
Thank you.
All right.
And
Mr. Green.
so now your turn, Miss Linda. We're going to start with Howard Rogers, and we'd like everyone at the table to say who they are and to acknowledge the great Yakima lady, Miss Linda. Mr. Rogers.
Thank you, Councilman Thomas. Ms. Green, I just want to say on behalf of two people, because I wear many hats, not only from the New Orleans Council on Aging for all that you have done for this community, but also from the Board of Directors of the New Orleans Jazz and Heritage Festival, because you are, as they say, synonymous with that particular festival for as long as you've been there entertaining and providing your meals to the individuals who come from all over the world. So congratulations. This is a well-deserved honor.
Thank you so much.
Introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Choicey. I'm Miss Linda's granddaughter, and I just so grateful. She's not only Miss Linda, but she is my grandmother. So it's I've been with her all my life. Everybody just see her as the Yakima lady, and I experienced both sides of that. And I thank her so much for teaching me everything, and I'll be glad to live on with this legacy.
Yeah. Introduce yourself.
My name is Linda Butler Morton. I've been with Miss Linda for so many years. I work with Miss Linda. I'm one of her parade. I'm in the parade with her.
Pull that mic down close to you.
I'm in the parade with her, and I love her, and I'm congratulating you for 50 years? Yeah.
Thank you, Lynn.
Hi,
Tender Linda.
Tender Linda, that's what they call me.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Dunhams. I'm Miss Linda's Vice President of the Lady and Men Rollers. I have been with Miss Linda now for 12 years. I've enjoyed Yakima. I don't eat no other Yakima but that one. She is an icon. She is one of the greatest ever lived. We're going to always honor her with flowers. We're going to keep her smiling, keep her rolling, because like I told him, at the end of the day, that's Linda Yakima Green, President of the Lady and Men Rollers.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Lizzie.
Your grandson.
How y'all doing? My name's Shadine Green, the grandson of Ms. Linda. I just want to say thank you, for showing me everything that's need to be done. Without you,
He got it now.
it wouldn't be this, all these years you showed us the ins, the outs.
For babies.
Thank you. I love you.
I love you too.
And Miss Linda, we're going to read this official stuff at the right time. But oh, absolutely, okay. Your photographers.
That's my daughter.
Hello, my name is Katrina Green. I'm Miss Linda's daughter. And what can I say, Mom? It's bittersweet. You know, I really appreciate you guys honoring my mom because she really worked hard. She taught me, my sister, my children, because we're the next in line now. She taught us how to run this business. Now, don't get me wrong, it's hard sometimes, you know, because even though I have to run the business, I also have to take care of her. And like I tell her all the time, you know, I don't know. I'm just glad you guys are really doing this and honoring her. And, you know, just thank you. I love you, Mom.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Linda, before, Ms. Linda, before you speak, we're honoring you because you've honored us. And what a lot of people don't know is you learned from your late mother.
I learned it from my mother.
You have prepared yakame for some of the most notable celebrities in this world, in this country.
All over the world.
You have been acknowledged by over 50 media outlets and magazines from the BBC,
Yes.
the International Asian News,
Don't forget Netflix.
all over, all over the world.
Yes.
The Oscar winners and Grammy winners who, when they come to town,
Right.
they want Miss Linda's yakame. A lot of our chefs are renowned because they'll put spice in seasoning.
Yes.
Well, Miss Linda puts spice in seasoning, but she also puts love.
Yeah. Yes.
A lot of our
That's the main
chefs,
thing.
a lot of our chefs are renowned because they use ingredients that are key to our region. Well, Miss Linda uses ingredients, but she also puts care.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of people in this town who can give an award-winning dish and they can serve it because they put all those things together that make something that people want to taste and eat. But the main thing that you've ever put in your ingredients since I've been knowing you as a boy was prayer.
Yes. My mom taught me that.
So when we taste your food, we're just not eating nutritional substance, right?
Right.
We're eating a spiritual component
And love.
in love and that you prayed for.
Yes.
And so that's why, yeah, the family, everybody may be happy that we're honoring you, but you've always honored us. Now it's your turn.
Well, the only thing I could say is thank y'all so much. My mom taught me all of this. She was the lady that when Mr. Hamilton come and get her from the Zulus, she's the lady that fed them at the Lionel Green Room. She's the lady that used to cook for all Israel Augustine, Judge Israel, and all of the judges at Tulane and Broad. She was the lady that did that, you know. And she was cooking for St. Francis de Sales Catholic Church every Sunday in the coffee house. That was my mother. She cooked for Orleans Parish School Board for 33 years and retired. She taught me how to cook. My grandmother taught her how to cook, and she taught me how to cook too, my grandma. She used to cook yakka meat on Jackson and Drive, at the 2126 Drive Street, and they used to sit on the porch, waiting till she get through, and after she get through, everybody come around and with their bowl and they fix yakka meat. They call that poach popping.
Poach popping, that's right.
What they used to call it. That's what my grandma and them say. They poach popping.
Go popping, then poach popping.
That's what she said. And, you know, I appreciate all of this. You know, I'm just excited that my children and grandchildren is into this. You know, my son who died, that's his daughter. And she's into it too now, you know, and I'm glad of that. I got the other one, she's into it. All the Trina kids is into it, you know, and I'm glad of that. My other daughter, she's in Texas, but her kids, he's a food critic, and the other one, he's into cologne. That's what he's into.
Right.
He's in cologne, you know. They all work. I'm proud of my grandchildren. And that's all I got to lean on and rely on. I got to rely on them.
Well,
I love them.
Well, we're proud of you. This is your day, and we love you.
Thank you
And this
so much.
This entire city council, at my behest, says, be it proclaimed by the city council of New Orleans that this council recognizes Linda, the Yakame Lady Green, for 50 years, a cultural icon. This milestone is a testament to your enduring resilience, your passion, your perseverance, your love, and your commitment to your family, our community, and quality food, signed by all of our council members. We're going to come down and let's give our hand, guys.
The songwriter says,
The golden voice.
let the life I live speak for me.
Come on.
When I'm resting in my grave and there's nothing else to be said, let the life and the works I've done speak for me. And that is your testimony. You have lived a wonderful life and you have given. Anytime I've called you, Miss Linda, you were there. Even if it was just to pray with me, you were there. When I needed food and we didn't have any money for our senior center, you were there. On behalf of the mayor of this city of New Orleans, as a senior advisor to the mayor, you know we love you. We honored you with a key to the city as well. And there's nothing we wouldn't do for you. Thank you for your many years of service, and thank you for allowing me to serve as the king of your social and pleasure organization as well.
Yes,
1, 2, 3,
yes.
bam.
Bam.
first order of business presentation, representatives from the Chase family, recognizing the Dookie Chase Restaurant for receiving the 2025 James Beard Foundation America's Classic Award for being a cornerstone of Creole cuisine for over 8 decades and paying homage to the life and legacy of chef owner Leah Chase. The restaurant plays a significant cultural role for its history in hosting civil rights leaders in their organizing meetings and Leah Chase collection of Black art.
That brief says a lot, but of course, we could talk about the Leah Chase and the Chase family legacy for a long period of time. You've added yet more recognition to the great work that you do. So congratulations on receiving the nationally and internationally recognized James Beard Award. It's a very, very special occasion to recognize you on this day. And thank you for coming before the City Council, and I certainly have a proclamation for you, but I just want to say how honored I am. It happens to be that you're in Council District D, but also I'm just honored to be a part of New Orleans culture that has me at Dookie Chase often, whether it be you all providing services to the young people of the Silverback Society and the Power Girl Society, helping them to feel special and to know that when they dine that they can be in an atmosphere that makes them feel special, teaching them the way that you've done, the way to enjoy the meals, but also just providing over so many decades great support to our community. The James Beard Award is just yet another example of how you recognize and how your service is so much appreciated and throughout the world. So thank you very much for what you do. I'm going to ask our council members to comment. We have a brief proclamation and we'll take a picture, a photo afterwards. But once again, it's our honor to have you here today, and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Councilman Giarrusso?
Yeah, we're going to gush about how wonderful you are. And, you know, I think a couple things. Number one is you are now torchbearers for a legacy, and that's not easy in and of itself. I mean, I think it's difficult for one person to do something as your mother and your father did, but then to keep passing the torch down and keeping the flame as bright, if not brighter than it's ever been, is a remarkable achievement in itself, and you deserve so much credit for that. And, you know, I think a lot of times we tend to think about a lot of the restaurants in the French Quarter having history, but Dookie Chase has all this incredible history too. And as we talk about the things that have been there since the 1800s, we shouldn't get lost what happened in the meetings that were had in the civil rights movement, where strategy was born out as a result of breaking bread together at the restaurant. So thank you so much for all of your wonderful work and always accommodating us, and for your open arms and wonderful food.
Councilmember Harris?
Well, I called Miss Linda family, but you are also my family, and I am just so happy that you're here today. Just so much power in the legacy, especially woman-driven power in the legacy. And I just am so proud of you. I'm so proud that you are here today. I'm so proud of everything that you continue to do for the city of New Orleans. Not only locally, but now worldwide. James Beard Award is fantastic, well-deserved, long overdue recognition for you and your family. And I know that you will continue the legacy of excellence as we go forward in the future. But just two powerful, powerful women sitting in front of me, and I know that's all because of Miss Leah Chase and her legacy. So just keep it up, and we love you.
Thank you. Thank you. Council Vice President Moreno.
Well, congratulations on this big award, and I'll echo to what Councilmember Giarrusso was talking about the decade after decade after decade of staying on top and being able to continue your successes really through the years in such a culinary city. And it's interesting, I was talking to some folks with the LRA, this was a while ago, and I remember them saying that there are 2 restaurants in New Orleans that are really like just so top because they've been able to be so successful for so many years. Now, what was interesting is that both of these restaurants, at the time that I had this conversation, were women-run, women-owned, women-run. One was Commander's Palace with Ella Brennan. One was, of course, Dookie Chase with Leah Chase. And I also remember that those 2 were really great friends. And so and they learned so much from each other as well. So I always think back at that of like, wow, how remarkable that it was these two women who were able to have two of the most successful restaurants. And when I was talking to the LRA about this, it wasn't two of the most successful restaurants in the city of New Orleans, but really considered in the state. And so I was like, that is really remarkable. So just really thank you for continuing on this legacy. It is so critically important. And, you know, many, many more years to come and many more great awards to come as well. Thank you.
Council President Morrell.
Thank you. A lot of great things have been said, and I'm going to try not to be redundant, but it's hard to not kind of sing the praises of your entire family when you're here. As you know, Ms. Stello, our family has been intertwined for generations, and it's always amazing to me how there is this cross-generational appeal of Dooky Chase in particular, of the whole restaurant, of the Chase family, of that every generation introduces the next generation to the restaurant, and every generation, that becomes then their favorite restaurant. And it's such a unique thing to New Orleans in that it is a pillar institution, a kind of the culinary foundation of the city of New Orleans. And I mean, as Councilman Giarrusso said, it's a tremendous legacy that you have to steward now, and you have generations behind you that are also stewarding it, but you guys have done such a fantastic job of expanding the footprint of what the restaurant and the family means, not just to the city, not to this country, but the world. I mean, how many restaurants have Disney princesses?
You're right.
Usually they take inspiration from like Grimm's fairy tales or legends or the like, but your family inspired a Disney princess that is inspiring generations of young women to not solely focus on being rescued by like a handsome prince, but like following their dreams to fruition and finding and following those dreams on their own terms, which is just, it's amazing. You know that your family, your restaurant's one of the few ways I can get my mom out of her house.
Yeah.
And I appreciate that, but that just shows how much you mean to this community as a family. And just as you've always supported the community in this city and the community has supported you, that is a relationship that will never end.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Thomas.
Well, first of all, when you talk about Creole cuisine or cuisine in general, there's rarely a conversation around the world with people who experience New Orleans. When Dooky Chase, when the name doesn't come up. Councilmember Green earlier talked about what happens with the Silverbacks. And if you remember, my first dining etiquette meeting was there 20 plus years ago with a group of young men that we not only wanted the dining experience, but they wanted to learn from Ms. Chase and your staff how to eat in public and how do you conduct yourself at the dinner table. We won awards for that program, and we went there every year. So I'm happy to see that other mentoring programs continue that. Duke and Ms. Leah are no longer with us, but the thing that really I think people need to appreciate is that though they're not here, and they may be our spiritual and real life foundations, you guys are just as excellent.
Thank you.
The taste, the recipes have not fallen off. As a matter of fact, they've gotten better. And for you, young lady, every restaurant cannot always have the dish you want. Sometimes it can be a little off. But the way you walk people in and seat them and treat them, and the way your staff cares for people, it's just a bonus that the food is good. But you know when you walk into a place and when you're greeted by the people who work there, you know that you're cared for as a human being, cared for as a person. And you know, my cousin started her career there.
Yes, sure.
My other cousin, it's all blood cousins, Eugene. His art is part of the marker for the Civil Rights Trail. So your family goes all the way back to Aunt Nene and Mama Leontine and my Mama T. Nettie. And I just think that while we honor the history of what you guys are doing, you guys are still setting new standards and setting y'all are just as great and better than you've ever been. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And at this time, Ms. Stella Chase for a few remarks, and could you introduce officially?
Sure.
Family member?
With me, I will say we were honored, the Chase family, that, Councilman Green asked us to be here. The only sad thing is we had to split up into 3 parts because 2 other parts are making presentations at 2 different places.
How about that?
But you know what? You got our 5th generation here, Chef Zoe Chase.
All right.
Who's the last one to come in. So what you have here is the oldest generation living. I'm the 3rd, and the youngest, the 5th generation. And she was honored, and so was I, to come here to actually thank you. Thank you for this honor. It means a lot to us. It means a lot to the Chase family. We have been here 84 years, but we are here because of our community, because of New Orleans. And when we accepted that James Beard Award, Zoe can tell you we were truly, truly happy, but we were happy to be able to accept it for our New Orleans community, because that's why we are here 84 years. I always say, and I say to Disney as well, that my mother had a love for New Orleans. My mother loved New Orleans, and New Orleans loved her back. And so Disney calls Princess Tiana and the Bayou Adventure attractions a love story to New Orleans. And we say that's my mother continuing to give back, to be an ambassador to New Orleans, because she loved it. But she loved the people. We love the people. We always say we are here to serve the people. We may have the key to the restaurant, but it belongs to our community. And if it wasn't for each one of you, you're telling your stories, that's what our restaurant is made of, stories. And my mother said you come together over a table and tell your stories, share your stories over good food. But one thing Miss Linda left, one thing she would not make is that yakami. She said, I'm gonna leave that to Miss Linda. We know when someone's do what they do best, and we leave it there. So she did that. She always respected Miss Linda and would tell everybody, oh, no, I won't do that. See Miss Linda. So thank you on behalf of the Chase family. I don't know if Zoe wants to say something. We cannot thank you enough. We know we are who we are because of you all in our community. So thank you.
Thank you,
Thank y'all so much. Just extremely grateful, extremely blessed. And, I'm just grateful every day to come to work and continue the legacy. I saw my grandmother work hard for her entire life. So it gives me motivation to come to work every day and work hard and continue the legacy.
Yes.
84 years. Thank you very much.
We had a great foundation.
Right.
Grandparents and parents.
Fifth generation who wants to be in the business, boy.
Yeah.
To remind you how special the place is in which we live. So congratulations. I do have a proclamation for you.
Okay.
And of course it's long, so I won't read it because of all the accomplishments. But it's just going to mention the founding in 1941, the location of Dooky Chase in terms of the place where people discuss issues of civil and economic rights in our society. It mentions some of the history of some of the family members, but it also says that whereas the James Beard Foundation was established in 1986 and is leading chefs and the broader culinary industry toward a new standard of excellence, such as at Dooky Chase, and believes in a vibrant, equitable, and sustainable independent restaurant industry that stands as a cornerstone of American culture, economy, and community, and drives toward a better food system. But that sums up Dooky Chase, why we're recognizing you today. So be it proclaimed by the City of New Orleans that the City Council recognizes Dooky Chase's restaurant. It's signed by all 7 members of the council. Congratulations on earning the James Beard Foundation Award. And we look forward to many, many more years of your continued involvement in our community and the creating of the success that your industry recognizes, but also the community that our city recognizes. Thank you for what you do.
Thank all of you. Thank you. Thank you.
We're going to take a photo up front.
Third order of business, presentation, Ernest Johnson, Ubuntu Village Executive Director, Max Law Instead Program Director, Ubuntu Village NOLA, Lakeem Moss Instead Staff Social Worker, Ubuntu Village NOLA, Daniel Shanks, Director of Strategic Initiatives, Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office, and Barksdale Hardenstein, Director of the Mental Health Unit, New Orleans Public Defenders. Instead, community-based diversions and interagency collaboration among the Orleans Parish District Attorney's Office, the Orleans Public Defenders, and Ubuntu Village NOLA.
So I'm so proud today to welcome Instead, a community-based development diversion program that is a partnership between Ubuntu Village, the District Attorney's Office, and the Orleans Public Defenders. I know y'all have a presentation, but why don't you go ahead and introduce yourselves to the panel, and then we'll get going.
Next slide. Sounds good. And just to make some corrections and apologies, Mr. Johnson wasn't able to make it today. Sends his best wishes. Also, Lakeem Moss had to attend to a family emergency, so Allie Doherty here is going to be here replacing her today. I am Max Laurie. I am the program director, and happily will be telling you more about Instead shortly.
I'm Allie Doherty. I'm a licensed clinical social worker and the program coordinator for Instead.
My name is Barksdale Hortenstein. I'm the director of the mental health unit at the Public Defender's Office.
And I am Daniel Shanks. I'm the director of strategic initiatives at the DA's office.
Thank you. So we'll get started. Really appreciate the opportunity to be up here today. Some tough acts to follow. But those are acts that you guys can all agree on. And something that's special about Instead and the work that we're doing is that we are a collaboration of between the public defenders, the district attorney, and this community-based organization at Ubuntu Village. You know, this is not necessarily a presentation which you guys get every day where the public defender and the district attorney are on stage together to talk about a joint venture in which they agree on. So just to give you guys some background, some reminders, we are a community-based diversion program, primarily work with individuals suffering from mental health issues who are arrested on charges related to their mental health, but we do much, much more. As you guys may all know, the jail population is currently over capacity. The capacity is set by the City Council at 1,250. I think we're currently at 365. About a third of that population takes psychotropic medication. About 15% report substance use. We're aware that these numbers are underreported because a lot of individuals go into that jail, don't actually report their diagnosis, and don't report their history of substance use. We see this overrepresentation every day, and we know that this population has a special need in terms of how we address their concerns. So that is why we are focusing on this population and helping these individuals access health resources that they traditionally or historically have struggled to access. So I'll let Allie talk a little bit more about who we work with and the additional needs that we identify.
Yeah, so we're identified as a mental health diversion program, but from intake to work with clients, we really approach it holistically and understand that the entry part for our relationship building as well as like needs really vary. So as you're seeing in these statistics, we're working with a lot of folks that are facing homelessness and insecure housing, unemployment. A lot of people are coming in, no ID, no birth certificate or social security cards. And a lot of these folks have co-occurring disorders. They're living with substance use disorder and mental health issues. A lot of folks are not connected to physical health care as well. So when we meet with people, we spend, and I do these intakes, I do about 5-6 a week, an hour, hour and a half, speaking with these individuals, learning about their life story, the resources they need, and what would genuinely be helpful for them and make a difference. And I think what we're finding is that like those type of intakes really build trust, and we are really able to work with folks through like very challenging moments in their life. I just had the pleasure and honor of helping a client I've been working with for the last year and a half, like finally get into housing. It took that long, and we were in contact that whole time. And so our like, I don't know, crown jewel or most prized element of this program for me is the like genuine rapport we have with clients. and using that rapport to then navigate them through these systems that are honestly very hostile to them. Like the healthcare system and the jail system are not friendly to folks struggling with serious mental illness and are not friendly to poor individuals. And so we're here to like be their champions, and I think it's a really special program.
So we're just going to kind of highlight how this process works. I'm going to let Barksdale take over.
Yeah, so traditionally, I've been a public defender now for almost 18 years. I've worked my entire career at Tulane and Broad. And one of the real challenges I have faced in my work is watching the same folks day in, day out come through those doors in this revolving process where people are arrested, charged with something they might have done, they might not have done, but they're on the radar. They're people that the police are looking for and trying to get into jails. And then over time, you find that a significant portion of those are people that they had been trying to get into hospitals, but had given up because the hospital would release them too quickly. And then they realized that if they wanted the person off the street, they had to take them to jail because they would at least hold them for a day. And that's an amazingly frustrating and challenging part. And usually, as a defense attorney, the DA and I are butting heads. We're not agreeing on pretty much anything. That's been consistent throughout my practice until a year and a half, 2 years ago, when Daniel and a couple of other attorneys at his office reached out, and we started a conversation about how to try to address those folks with the highest degree of need. And then instead of having them go through the normal traditional process of arrest, arraignment, prosecution, and result, have them go through an off-ramp that would help address their needs, meet them in the community, and help them receive the care that they desperately need.
Yeah, I think it's really important to understand that this is an outgrowth of y'all's investment into the district screening program. I was the first district screener, which covers UMC, OJC, the Claiborne Corridor, and Poydras Corridor. And we would see people with mental health issues and mental health crisis come in for a minor issue. They would go to OJC and decompensate. They would then pick up a felony charge for battery of a police officer. Then they would go to UMC, where they would pick up another felony charge for battery of emergency room personnel. And so you had somebody who came in with a misdemeanor, now coming out with felonies, and there being no off-ramp. We weren't addressing anything. And they say necessity is the mother of invention, but I think the godmother is frustration. And what we saw was a constant frustration of we're not doing anything better to keep the public safe by going through this process. We're running through the same playbook over and over and over again. But what happens when the interest of the individual, the interest of the state, and the interest of the community are all aligned? And we say, no, we're not going to go through the same thing over and over. We're going to figure out the best strategy to make the public safe, to make the individual safe, and to make the community whole. And that's what Instead has done. And it's not just a good idea, it's a great program that is accountable, it's measurable. We meet on a monthly basis to review these individuals who are in a diversion program. If they fail out, then traditional prosecution is still on the table. But we're meeting with them and we're having the most encouraging stories. Why? Because we're meeting people where they're at and then we're meeting their needs and we're stopping that recidivism. And Max can go into a little bit about our successes, but it is clear that when you have this playbook with a good program that is strong and is community oriented and we look at real strategies, we can have a real impact. And that's what we're proving out here. And Max can go over a little bit about some of the successes we're seeing.
So yeah, when we look at our successes, when we measure people coming in versus exiting this process, and to be clear, when they exit, it is undetermined. We provide long-term support. Their diversion period is a 3-month intensive review period, but we're not kicking them out on the day that they're done because their needs are not necessarily met. And that's a long-term process that we continue to offer that type of service. We see, our primary goal is to get most of our participants connected to mental health services. We've done that about 85% of the time. We address those physical health concerns in addition to, we've helped half of our participants access substance use, and 22% of our participants are more stable by the time they're done working with us in terms of housing. What's not captured in a lot of these numbers, especially in terms of the housing numbers, is the families that we keep together. Right? We had one 19-year-old whose grandma could not manage his behavior. She did not understand how to manage his behavior. She did not understand his diagnosis. we got involved working with this 19-year-old, and we became his advocate, but we also became hers, right? We provided her with a lot of education in terms of how to respond to him when he was in psychosis. We educated her on how to access the resources and community, and that's what sustainability looks like, because we're not going to be in their lives forever. And so this is a very holistic, broad influencing project and program. And so, yeah, we're working on with these individuals, but it has these broader rippling effects in community. So in the past year, we've grown a lot. We received additional city funding about in mid-March of last year. And at that point, you can see the increase in our referrals. Year one, before we had that increase in funding, we had to work to our capacity. We couldn't take everyone. We still can't take everybody. But when we had more capacity, we saw more of a need. And we imagine that trend to continue. So over the extent of this project and this program, we've received 240 referrals. 75% of the individuals have actually completed the diversion program successfully, and 76% of those that completed the program actually continue to engage in services with us voluntarily. Meaning there are no more legal conditions. Their only incentive is to receive help and help for themselves. And so we see that authentic response to care when you're authentically providing those types of supports. So we're really proud of the work that we're doing and the impact that it's having on our participants.
And just if I can jump in real quick, we did not anticipate this level of success.
Right.
We figured folks are going to come in, they're going to run into issues, they're going to be gone. We had no idea that 3/4 of people would stay engaged with their case manager. Why? This is the first time anybody has provided them vital records. This is the first time anybody's given them an understanding of what's going on and how to deal with it. It's the first time anybody's reached out to the family and said, this is how we can work to build a better system and navigate you to success. And so no wonder that we have 76% of people staying engaged, but it was something that we never anticipated. And I think it is a really important investment that this council has made into rewriting the playbook about how we deal with all of this. And to avoid overpopulation at OJC, to avoid recidivism, and really to make the community whole.
Well, as I say, it's a testimony to community care and the benefits that are yielded to the community as a whole when you meet people where they are and help them through the time that they're experiencing. The overwhelming majority of criminality comes from stressors where a person literally cannot make their basic needs met. And with Max's Instead program, they address the basic needs. They get the cell phone, they get the housing, they get the food set up, they get basic medical care, everything from dentistry to mental health care, and then the medicine, and then the help. And people want help, and they will accept it if they're given it in community. And what Instead acts as that really is exciting is sort of a nexus or a hub to help connect folks to other programs that already exist but are harder to get to, harder to navigate, either through direct transportation or just by not knowing that it exists. So it's a fascinatingly successful program. We're so excited that it's a part of our arsenal of ways to dispose of cases.
Well, thank you so much for your presentation. I'm going to start with Councilmember Thomas, and then we'll move on down.
I mean, I think the great example, one of the great examples other than the work that you guys do is two people who took an oath in many cases to defend opposite sides of the law and the Constitution and justice, showing that you can find common ground. That should be the example.
Absolutely.
That no matter what your job is, when you can find a way to work together, that's the best part of your job. I think that's the mission that God gives us. You don't have to always be opposed. It doesn't have to always be political. You can get in a room and find something with common ground. Thank you for this program, but I was just listening, right? And when you talk about mental health and addiction, I'm not going to say the last names of some of the individuals, but two, Jeffrey and Keith, when you talk about the history of, especially coming from the neighborhoods some of us grew up in, when it was time to get help or clean up, many would find a way to check in. There's a population out there that looks for a reason to be arrested, looks for a reason to get three hots and a cot, and historically they should know who they are. And, I know a couple individuals at a certain times of year, they know they could get cleaned up. And even though there are drugs on the inside, we don't talk about how that happens, but we punish the people who access it on the inside. Their mission was at certain times of the year to go there healthy, cleaned up, get some help, but there was no tracking on the outside, and the folk inside the system knew who they were. So what are we doing for that population? Because they're here, they're real. They find reasons to go have a place to sleep, something to eat, to get a little more stability. How do we track them on the outside, whether it's mental health or addiction, and how does that part of the services work? If we do that at all.
Well, I'll speak to that a little bit in that I absolutely meet with clients who, due to cognitive disability, traumatic brain injury, serious mental illness, complex trauma, speak to the comfort of institutionalization because it provides structure. Because on the street or in chaotic homes, they find that lack of structure triggering to their diagnoses. And so I think what we're trying to do is act as system navigators to say, okay, you're looking for structure and you're finding it at the jail, which is not their fault. They've identified a resource, and it's unfortunate that there's like criminal charges associated with that resource. So we're trying to reroute them to inpatient psych treatment, inpatient substance use treatment, transitional long-term housing, the emergency shelters, because there are resources that provide similar structures and do provide that hot meal in bed, which people need because people are out there on the street, sleeping on the ground, not having any food. And so, yeah, I think the goal, I mean, as far as like a system to track that population, I'm not totally sure, but I think we absolutely meet with individuals that fit the description you're making and try to reroute them into what I often tell clients is I'm trying to get you out of the carceral system and into the social service system. And so that's the goal, and we're hoping to catch some of them for sure.
Councilmember Green.
Thank you. I just want to applaud you and thank you for your passion. I can tell. And whenever I see Daniel Schenk at a table, I know that there's going to be passion behind the work that he does. I appreciate you very much, including a success that we had recently that impacts the entire Desire community in a positive way. Thank you. But the issue of mental health first aid needs is not discussed enough and not funded as well as it needs to be. And we could avoid a lot of problems in society if we do as you're doing and have passion and support of those who are in need. So I look forward to continuing to hear of the positive developments and appreciate again your enthusiasm and the impact that you clearly have shown. And once again, Mr. Schenk, thank you for being present and on that side, but working with as opposed to against. It's appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President Morrell.
Thank you. It always kind of warms the cockles of my heart to see a prosecutor and a public defender sit at the same table. I know that during my time, which predates your time, that makes me very old, as a public defender, that was never something that could have possibly occurred under the previous DA. I think that there certainly is a fundamental misunderstanding on how we get out of the endless revolving door of the criminal justice system. If you look at convictions and incarceration as purely punitive, it is a never-ending cycle of people being put into the system only to re-enter the system. I think that when you look at societies where they look at incarceration as a basis for rehabilitation, that is when you end the revolving door. And I think programs like this, where you take someone who's committed a crime or is accused of a crime and you give them an off-ramp to rehabilitation or resources, that is someone who does not re-enter the system. When you have people who commit a crime or are accused of a crime, they plea where they purely are just punished and put into a system, they never find a way out. Even if they physically leave incarceration, they don't ever leave being incarcerated or return to it. So I think when we look at the fact that New Orleans is enjoying currently some of the lowest crime in the history of the city, I think it's because you're doing things differently and you're looking at new ways to impact the criminal justice system in a way that has people not re-enter it. And programs like this need to not only be lauded, we need to increase the funding and increase the resources because the dividends exponentially or better than just simple incarceration. Thank you.
Council Vice President?
Thank you. Thank you all for coming before us today. Really appreciate you all being here and talking about the importance of this particular program, because we have to continue to have the conversation that police and jail is not the solution to individuals dealing with mental health issues. And, you know, a few years ago, myself and Dr. Avegno really pushed forward on starting the crisis intervention unit, which has actually, you know, been something that has really been working throughout the city. And what's so interesting is that when she and I were working to develop this particular program, I remember getting pushback with like, what are you doing? You know, this is not the right approach, you know, to have trained professionals deal with people with mental health issues. You know, it should be police. And we are like, wait a second, what are you talking about? Because if, to Council President Morell's point, if you look at the data, actually the better way to have positive responses is to have that trained professional work with an individual who is dealing with mental health issues. So I just wanted to thank you all for the work you do, and also to once again highlight the work of our crisis intervention unit, because that is a really important resource that we have in our city, and a lot of people don't know about it. And you can call 911 if you believe that, you know, you're dealing with someone or you're seeing someone having a mental health crisis or issue. You can call 911 and specifically request for the crisis intervention unit to respond. And I just wanted to put that information out there. Thank you all.
Councilmember Jeruso.
Well, first, thank you all for being here today. I also don't think we can give enough credit to Ernest Johnson, who really pushed all this forward. I see you in the back there. And, you know, Ernest was in my office, you know, and all of us saying, this is what I can do with this level of money, this is what I can do with this level of money, and this is what I can do, and the proof is in the pudding. And, you know, Daniel, when your boss was here all the time, he used to say, trust in God, everybody else bring data. And you guys did it today. You know, I think everybody knows how much the mental health issues mean to me personally and politically. But there's something different when you're talking about what the results actually mean. And I echo what my colleagues have all said, is that it takes the community, the public defender, and the DA's office all holding hands together to do something that brings better results. And Daniel, I think your result, your sort of story about the person who came in, had a misdemeanor, and because they had a mental health crisis, commits 2 more felonies, and we're laying 2 felonies on somebody who really needs treatment and not to be in jail, is exactly the type of heart touching that we need to show why this program is so valuable. And I think we should spend the last minute just applauding the people who've stuck with the program. I mean, I agree with you. I would have thought once people got out of diversion, see you later. But I think it also shows us how much systems routinely fail people. And the fact is you are now providing structure, routine, process, so people get the care that they need. So thank you all for your work, for the people in the audience, Councilmember Harris, for bringing this topic today.
Well, I want to end by just thanking each and every one of you, Mr. Johnson, who sat with us and said this is the program to invest in and this is the way to do things. To see partnerships like this that actually result in good work and good outcomes for people, community-based partnerships. This is what this council has been pushing for since we all got on this dais. And so I just want to thank you for executing a vision that supports people in crisis and that continues to support them after they're out of crisis, because this is how we do things. This is how systems should be set up to actually help people rather than incarcerate them. And I just want to echo Councilmember Morell, what he was saying. The incident of criminality going down is not just because of policing, it's because of community-based programs like this. And you are showing that they work. And for all the good things that my colleagues said, I hope that during budget season, they will see fit to increase the budget of this program because we know that it works. And with that, we do have a proclamation that I will not read, but we will come down and take some photos. Mr. Johnson, if you and your team would like to come down too and take some photos with us, that'd be great. Thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
So on orders of business, we do not have public comment.
Go ahead, do your thing.
Excuse me, members and the public, I've been granted a personal privilege for just 2 minutes because the original ordinance relative to graffiti was to have appeared or to have been addressed at 12:30, and I went forward with it because we had the quorum. I didn't want to take any chances. But I would just like to introduce you for a second to Mr. L. Stevens. Mr. Stevens, can you come to this microphone in the middle? And just for 2 minutes, this is just, he was here to talk on the ordinance to emphasize that graffiti writing is not a victimless crime. Mr. Stevens and his family have invested in 3 businesses at the corner of North Galvez Street and Desire Street. And over the decades that he's been in business, he's certainly always had his challenges coming back, recovering in a community that has many times been underserved. But he has also been tagged and has had to expend his resources too many times, and that's part of the motivation. So, Mr. Stevens, just for a second, you have 2 minutes. Just introduce yourself and just talk about the problem that you have, including the recent one that you have.
Okay, my name is Eldridge Stevens, and I'm representing the Wash Depot Laundromat, 3316 North Galvez Street. And I'm just here to speak briefly on the graffiti matter. I've been victimized by graffiti vandalism. I mean, it's a discouraging.
Right, sure.
Discouraging thing to come to work and see that your property have been vandalized by graffiti. I mean, I look back at the surveillance camera and see it was done 2:30 in the morning. I mean, what can you do? I mean, I would paint it, then come back a few weeks later and do it again. So it's not only degrading my property, but it's degrading to the neighborhood. And, you know, I'm just happy to see you guys trying to make an effort to do something about it, because what can you do? I really don't know. Task force, give them somewhere specifically to go and practice their art. I don't know. But it's a citywide problem, and something has to be done. Something has to be done. I just hope you guys can come up with a solution to at least decrease the problem a little, you know, because I've been a victim of it a few times. You know, I have 3 buildings in the area, and 2 of them have been vandalized more than once. So
Thank you.
That's all I need to say.
It's important that you be here today to humanize this issue, because some people say, well, what does it hurt? And you're stopping people from expressing their artistic talents. It's not art, it's vandalism. And you used the right word. But I want to bring you here to thank you for your support of the ordinance, but to thank you for your investment.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for your commitment to the community where you've been. And you don't deserve someone deciding because they're bored or because they are selfish that your property is something that they can abuse.
Exactly.
So thank you very much for coming here. You came all the way down, you know, to just have an opportunity to say what you've said just now. But I want to let you know that we're behind you. That's why this ordinance passed unanimously. It's just one part of what we're going to do, because there was someone here from a business, Mike's Hardware, who says he's going to help you with the paint. But because we're all going to be watching more, and the business community.
Well, I do have to paint it again because it was done again.
Mike's Hardware, still go and see Mr. Lee LaFleur on Elysian Fields and talk to him.
Oh, yeah,
because we're going to use your fence as an example of, we're going to change this, all right?
Okay.
Thank you very much for coming down.
All right, Councilman, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Burnside to speak on the executive session motion that will be taken shortly. Quorum, so I need one more person.
Michael Eric Burnside. So 2215 Felicity. So I read newspapers, and I've been interested in Wisner for a while, and I'm not going to talk a whole bunch about it, but I will mention a couple of numbers. So when we discuss the Wisner funds, we're talking $3 million for the city. So Wisner funds provide $9 million in an income stream every year. $3 million of that comes to the city, is my current understanding from having read newspaper articles. And we do use that $3 million every year to fund various artistic and cultural activities here in the city. Admitting that up front, I believe, perhaps falsely, that we will find that if the Wisner property were to be sold, it would have sufficient amount of one-time money to put our firefighter retirees from the current city system, which is bankrupt, basically, in my opinion, into the state system. The state would not take them without a substantial amount of money. Doing that would free up $50 million every year. $3 million would still go to the artists and the cultural bearers, and it would leave the city $47 million to do other things with, which could become very important in the age of shrinking federal monies. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate it.
Thank you. I will move for us to go into executive session. Can I get a second? Second by Councilmember Giarrusso. All in favor? Aye. 5 yeas, no nays. We're in executive session.